Audio check 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, check. Oh my goodness. Hello, good morning, and welcome to a Freestyle Friday. It is Friday morning here in the land down under, TGIF, and we started the stream on mute. So, yeah, that's fun. Yeah, sorry about that. In the UK and Europe and Africa, you guys are still clinging to a Thirsty Thursday, and in the US, you are solidly still on a Thirsty Thursday evening. But welcome to a Freestyle Friday morning here in Australia. It's beautiful. Yeah, yesterday I discovered that I had a full-on hour of mute in my stream. Of course, it didn't really impact anything, but other than the fact you couldn't hear me speaking and watching a Muppet moving his mouth and not hearing anything, but you know, game sounds are going and whatnot. But yeah, so we're on a Freestyle Friday, embarking on our 360 meter chat relay today. So it could be anything. I'm in the mood for just about any. I could play Dyson Sphere, I could play Satisfactory, I could play Tectonica, I could play Vintage Story. It could be anything. I could get into anything right now. So I don't know if we'll leave it up to chat or we'll just start something out fresh. But yeah, so hope everyone is doing well on this Thursday or Friday, whichever it is for you. And oh my goodness, I'm sure everybody has had those embarrassing moments when they didn't realize they were muted. Right, so I guess we could, you know what, we haven't checked in to see what happened on this day in history, which I'm kind of curious about right now. Today is August 10th here in Australia. Yes, no, August 11th. Let's see what's be nice if we could turn this on. Historical events on August 11th. Oh, let's see. The Battle of Zierikzee. Franco-Holland forces defeat Flemish fleet. I'm not real big on that part of history. Oh, let's see. Germany throws out English salespeople. Emperor Rudolph forces out King of Bohemia back in 1611. And in 1695, English and Dutch fleet capture Dunkirk. That's interesting. It's back in the late 1600s. Of course, there's even a movie about Dunkirk, but that was in a different time period, a little more recent, back in the 19 somethings. Oh, let's see. 1786, Captain Francis Light establishes the British colony of Penang in Malaysia. And in 1804, Francis II assumes the title of First Emperor of Austria. What's a little more recent? 1860, U.S.'s first successful silver mill in Virginia, Nevada. And in 1866, the world's first roller rink opens in Newport, Rhode Island. World's first roller rink. And Harry S. Parmalee patents the sprinkler head. Too bad we can't see a picture of that. Let's see what that looks like, just out of curiosity. What kind of sprinkler was it? Fire protection sprinkler system. Wow. And there you go. Those things you see sticking out of the ceilings. That was designed or developed or invented in 1874. Installed in a piano factory that he owned. I don't think anybody even recognizes or realizes those are around and that they're a thing. And 1884, first double-century stand in Test cricket. Cricket's big here in Australia. It's pretty big in a lot of countries, India and England and whatnot. Not so much in the U.S. And $100,000 raised in the U.S. for the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty in 1885. One of three, if I'm not mistaken. In 1908, King Edward VII of Britain meets with Emperor Wilhelm of Friedrichshafen, Germany. The main point of contention is the increasing size of Germany's navy. Green Bay Packers Football Club, founded by George Calhoun and Curly Lambeau, named after sponsor Indian Packing Company. Wow. New York Yankees slugger Babe Ruth becomes first Major League Baseball player to hit 500 home runs in a 6-5 loss to Indians at League Park, Cleveland. That was 1929. I didn't realize how young Emperor Hirohito was. Allies refused Japan's offer to surrender on the condition that Emperor Hirohito retains his status. Boy, he's young. Soviet spy, Ethel Rosenberg. Wow. All right, let's see famous birthdays. Let's see who we share a birthday with on August 11th. And it would help if I could spell it properly. Chris Hemsworth, no kidding. It's Thor's birthday. That can't be right, is it? Sure is. I have no YouTube star. Laura DIY. Has anybody heard of her? No. A TikTok star? No. A YouTube star? No. Another YouTube star? No. Haven't heard of any of these people. Singers, actors, rappers, wrestlers. Yeah, we know who Hulk Hogan is. Joe Rogan, we know who he is. How did these people, yikes, get listed as famous? Not famous, not famous. Owen Out, not famous. Not famous, not famous. Not famous. Not famous. Not famous. Not famous. Wow. Not famous. What the hell? Nobody identifies with these people. They are not famous. Not famous. Not famous. Oh my God. Steve Wozniak, yeah, everybody knows him. Wow. If anybody wasn't familiar, Steve Wozniak was big in Apple. Yeah. Invented Apple 1 and Apple 2 computers. Good old Steve. Alongside Steve Jobs, of course, they had a big fallout. And of course, we know who Chris Hemsworth is. None of these people, other than Hulk Hogan, belong in the same league as Chris Hemsworth. You know, Joe Rogan, yes. These other people, that is crazy as. All right, we're done with that. Holy smokes. Yeah, let's take a look at the real famous people. You know, Viola Davis, Chris Hemsworth, Hulk Hogan. Yep. Alyssa Stoner, I've heard the name. Cheaper by the dozen, right? Okay. Let's see who else. Alex Haley, we know who that is. Roots. Was that Roots? Alex Haley, or was that yeah, I'm pretty sure Alex Haley was Roots. Jerry Falwell, we know who that is. Steve Wozniak, yep. Well, unbelievable that TikTok and Snapchat, seriously. All right, let's get off of that. What do we got going on here? Right, so we have Discord up and running, and you can pop into Discord if you want. Join us in audio chat if you like to chat that way. I was thinking of I'm thinking of developing a little bit of a game theme of some sort. So I was thinking, developing some sort of puzzle game, lateral thinking game, that people in chat can play, well, that we can all play together. That would be more about chat participation than it would be about me streaming a game or whatnot. So I've been looking into lateral thinking puzzles and stuff like that. Sometimes they're called situational puzzles. Oh yeah, and I ran across an interesting one. Which, well, I don't have a lot of people in chat right now, but I ran across one that's actually just it's called the shortest IQ test. It's only 3 questions. But apparently more than 80% of all people who attempt it fail it. I'm not saying I'm a genius or anything like that, but I got all 3 answers right without thinking about it. So, I don't know. Maybe it's not all that tough. A lot of people hype stuff and, oh, what do we got here? Credits that you're streaming to, oh, right. What's going on with that? Refresh doesn't work. Credits that you're streaming tools, there we go. It's weird. And I really need to put some time into Confluence. I might put some time into Confluence this weekend. Alright, so what would we be in the mood for today? Hang on a second, where'd my clock go? Is that what happened? That's what happened. My clock died. Where'd my clock go to? It's not running, is it? It is. There it is. That was weird. There we go. Almost 10 o'clock in the morning already. Well, I suppose I just don't know what I'm in. I'm in the mood for every game almost that I have. So we got SnowRunner, PC Simulator, haven't played that in quite a while. Farming Simulator 22. Oh, Railroad Empire, Train Simulator, Train Sim World 2. Universe Sim, Vintage Story, Timberborn, Captain of Industry. Sheesh. No Man's Sky. I could be into anything here. I'm into anything and everything here. Townscaper. I haven't seen an update to Townscaper since mid-July. Probably due for another one. They've been hitting about the middle of the month, so an update came at mid-June, then there was a mid-July, and we're almost on mid-August, so I reckon Townscaper's going to have an update the next few days. What are the patch notes? A number of optimization improvements, and discovered new issues caused by the changes and have temporarily reverted to an older version of the game. Okay, so they updated and ended up reverting. Oh, what could we do? What could we do? Factorio is on the board. Astroneer is on the board. Creativerse is on the board. Creativerse, I don't know what's going on there. They've been having a lot of issues. Let's see. Technicity is still in prologue. Tectonica. It is strictly a coin toss here. Wow. Haven't played Subsistence in quite a while. June was the Alpha 61 update. They added some new stuff to that. Haven't played Hacknet in quite a while. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Alright, somebody needs to help me decide. Haven't played on Observation Duty 5 in quite a while. I sucked at that. I seriously sucked at that. Okay, tell you what. We gotta play something. Oh, hang on a second. Let's get the fans reinitialized here. There we go. Okay. All right, so the decision is, what are we going to start off with, and then what will we change to later? I reckon, you know what, we were kind of in the middle of something big yesterday on Dyson Sphere. Yeah, wow, 1,644 FPS. We know that can't be true. Oh, pardon me for that. Okay, let's get Dyson Sphere fired up. And while we're doing that, of course, we want to get let's get the position on the screen going, and then we'll get into... Oh. Really? What's going on there? That was quite the long pause in between streams. Okay, let's get on over to... There we go. Okay, and let's also get our category updated. There we go, that should do it. Oh, also I wanted to say thanks to some folks. I don't know if I mentioned them in closing credits for yesterday's stream. I didn't mean to skip over anybody, but I want to make sure everybody is thanked properly for visiting. And we had MC Gamertech in chat yesterday. Thank you very much for coming by to chat with us. And we had King Cam as well. And I think I told Terex88 thank you very much for his visit and his follow. But just want to make sure we cover all the bases there. All right, let's continue on where we left off. And we'll make sure we get the F menu and the Shift F12 right off the bat. Sorry, the H menu and then the Shift F12. There we go. And also, let's get our to-do list. Look at all the goodies they have down here. Achievements, guides, discussions, screenshots, web browser, controller settings, soundtrack player, and a timer. We've got a timer. How cool is that? That's pretty cool. All right, how far away? We are 23 minutes away from a break. Let's see what happens with that. I'm really curious. All right, let's see what that looks like. Oh, hang on, where is it? I probably need to make it visible. Yes. That's pretty cool. And we could probably position that right over the top of that one. Perfect. How cool is that? Well, that's one more application we don't need to run in. Well, if we change games, obviously. No, it's Steam Overlay. If we change games, that should still be a thing. That's very cool. All right, 25 minus 7. Oh, wow, that's 17 minutes. Maybe 21 is wrong. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And I wonder if there's a noise associated with that. Is there a noise? Repeat, reset, clear, opacity. No, doesn't look like there's a noise. So that'll be fun. It's too bad that little pin shows up still. Doesn't show up for the notepad. Anyway, right, so yesterday we're needing to address, wow, iron and diamond production as well as gravelins, titanium crystal. So boosting the iron production by compressing the smelting in prime areas, right. So this is what we need to have, is we need to have the 6-1 in 6 trips over 1 grid. This is really interesting. This is really interesting. So when you look at the specs for a MK3 sorter, the details are that it's 6 trips per second per grid. Okay? Just the same as if you came in here. It is 6, it says sorting speed is 6 trips per second per grid with cargo stacking of 6 items. So to me, my math might be all kinds of screwed up, I don't know. A stack of 6 for each trip, and there's 6 trips per second. That's 36 per second per grid line. So travel distance, right? I'm reading that as 36 per second, which is faster than a normal 30 per second Mark III bell. So when we put 3 in a row, that should be 36, 72, 108 per second. It's nowhere near that. So let's find out what that really is. Let's just get rid of half of those. I'm gonna have to wait for what buffered up here to clear. So as soon as those clear, we'll get a stabilized number down here. Well, there we go. 1080. All right. 3 inserters actively doing their thing, delivering 1080 per minute on each belt. 3 belts coming out. All right, so what is that? Where's our calculator? So 1080 times 3, that's 3240 a minute. Divided by 60, that's 54 per second. But hold on. 54 per second. Divided by 3. That's only 18 per second. That is only 18 per second. Let's remove 1. So that should come down. $720 times 3 is 2160 per minute, which is 36 per second. It's still 18. It is still 18 per second, not 54. Let's take one more out. So we're talking 6 trips per second over 1 grid in a stack of 6. So that should be 36. That should be 36 per second. 360. 360 times 3, 1080 divided by 60 is again 18 per second. I'm sorry, but this is a big fat lie. 36 per second when it's actually 18. So what could be the reason for that? Do you reckon? That is a solid 18 per second. And that's 54 per second. So that's the best we can hope for, 54 per second. And if we stretch that across 2 grid lines, we have to cut that in half, which will be 27 per second for 3 inserters. That's 9. So 18 for a single one, another grid line makes it 9 per second. I'm sorry, but this information is inaccurate as far as I can tell. That's the best I can tell, is it's wrong. Because I'm seeing real-time numbers here. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. All right, well, this is as optimal as we can get, you know. So this is what we want to do: is we want to compress and get the iron. Yeah, see, this one isn't. This one is not optimized very well. So we need to get in on the action here. This is all about grid line too. And you can see how spaced out these grids are. That's the only reason why those 6-1s work. I could use that here. They are being used here. On this side, 6-1 is working. But the grid crunches too much to get 6-1 over here. Wow, none of those have any belts on them. What the what? You got 2 rows over there. Wow. Alright, let's fix this little issue. That was interesting. And it is a little issue because it didn't suffer. It's just not built properly. Still not building. There they go. That's weird. I didn't notice there was no inserters between those boxes. But anyway, as you can see, they're too close. You have to go to 3-2. But this side, because the grid allows it, I'll get my keys right sooner or later. Because the grid allows it, we can get a 6-1. But it just starts to crunch until 6-1 can no longer work, and it reverts to 3-2. So, yeah. Now we want to get this worked out so that 3-2 is the best scenario on the equatorial region. So that's the equator right there, and that's the top of the tropic line right there. So we won't be able to compress this at all. But 27, that's 54. And of course these guys are only 27 per second, which is not even a full belt. So that should be a 0 for one thing right there. And so should that. And these can be 1s. That should be a 1 also. Yeah, like all of those. we go. Alright, let's get these guys helped out as best we can. This will get it up to 54 per second, which will double its speed on the output. Let's see if we can get away with pasting that over here as well. Yes. Pretty sure we are in double production, right? So that is 120 a minute. 2 per second. Okay, that will make a difference on that line. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, that's 60 a second right now going across, but it's going to drop down to 54 per second, and you'll see the gap show up. Maybe. Unless it gets full up before we get there. Yeah, I reckon we're going to be full before we see any gaps in the line. Oh, hang on. Maybe. Yeah, we're full up, right? And I wonder why they're a little bit of belting issue going on here. There we go. Or not belting, inserter issue. Okay, that's 2. That should make a difference. Now, where the rest... We're going to have to see how we can impact increasing our iron production. Graphite, we got that done. And we got that one done. That's 3 irons. We could probably help out copper too. Because that was an issue. And this is an issue also. This is just wrong. Alright, let's do this. Let's go pick up our blinking yellow, which I believe was over here. So we'll pick that up. That is in the buffer. And then we're going to put that or use that over here on the copper. because I believe this is going to be in the correct tropic. So just to test that, okay, we'll snooze the alarm. It says we've got 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go in actuality. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, as you can see, we've got a 6-1 that worked there. And there's the top of the tropic, but I don't believe it's actually going to work right here. No, too close. Too close. Too close. It could work down here. No, too close. And there we go. So we're only going to get, wow, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, maybe 14 grid lines out of that. Nope, not even 14. We'll get 13 grid lines out of it. 13 grid lines. 14 if we laid that right on. Actually, I don't think we can lay it right on. No, it won't let you lay it right on the tropic crossing. So 13 grid lines is all we've got to work with. And between here and here, we've got 10, 11, way more than 13. Would never be able to fit that in there. Never be able to fit that in there. That's disappointing. Wow. All right, so we'll have to work something out. We'll have to work something out. We can do that. All right, Jeeves is going to be announcing an ad break here shortly. So when we do, we'll take our bio break, caffeinate, hydrate, stretch, all that good stuff. Viewers will be having ads. Twitch Turbo, Amazon Prime subscribers and subscribers won't. So we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. I'm going to go off cam here for just a bit. Since we're back, let's go ahead and give a big shout out. Yeah, there we go, to our buddy YOLO.
Oh! Oh! Okay.
That was good. Yeah, we'll give a big shout out to YOLO. He's very dedicated and great streamer. Okay. He's definitely fun to watch. Now, this situation, we're not going to be able to fit. So what we're getting at is we can get the 6-1 on the lower 13 grid lines of this tropic. I reckon it's going to be the same. Oops. Let's try that again. I reckon it's going to be the same 13 on the next tropic. So 5, 10, 15. If I try and place it here, it's too close. Too close. Too close. Yeah. Even less. Even less. I only get to use 10 out of that one. That's a shame. That could be because of the way it's facing, too. Let's turn that around. No. We'll definitely get it down there, but that's yeah. That's only going to give us 10 or less, so that's no good. $13 on that one, which means... See how tightly packed those are. We won't get anything out of that. We'll be fine on the bottom, what, 15? Five, 10, 15, up to 16. 16 grid lines in this tropic, which is just above the equatorial tropic, the Capricorn. Or Cancer, I can't remember which one it is. But for copper, this one's already occupied. We're not going to get that down here. That's a real shame. Okay, there is just no way we're going to fit. Well, first of all, let's do this. We're not going to need these because they don't contribute to anything except for reducing the stack size from 4 to something else. So we're going to fix those. just connect them normal. And that way we'll retain our stack count of 4. We can get rid of all of that. Okay. Now, as you can see, they stay 4s. Before they were getting... The splitter was actually interrupting that stack count. So that wasn't helping at all. Now, as far as... Yep, that's fine. That's fine. No, that's not. All the way up to there. I don't see how we're going to fit a factory in between those. I don't see how that's going to work. You can see how tightly packed those are. But we're definitely not going to fit 2 smelters in there. That's not going to happen. They're not going to be spaced. They're not going to be spaced far enough away from those boxes. Yeah, no. Too close. So that doesn't even allow for 1 belt. We just can't utilize this for a normal factory down here. Not enough room. Maybe we can utilize a little different tactic. It would be a longer row. We're still only going to get 54. Could get 108, which is 4 belts. 4 belts will give us 120. Let's see, which way do those arrows face? Got an idea. Alright, they're facing the right direction. Got an idea. Alright, so let's try something. We're going to experiment, because I love experimenting. Should be able to get away with 1 grid line. Yes. That much does work. And then, let's turn these around. This is going to be interesting, because we're going to have like half of a production line, but it should be nice and long. So let's say that that's our feed. That's our in and that's our out. And we've got plenty of room to work with all the way up to that bad boy right there. Thank you, autosave. And we'll get away with that for quite a distance. That's about a quarter of the way around the planet. We'll try that out and see what happens. Obviously that'll be too close to... Gonna have to get rid of that bad boy. They're still connected. So we'll just copy this and move it. we'll make sure we have plenty of room. Should have lined that up first. Where is that going to line up at? So that'll be centered on this grid line here. Yep, that's pretty close to this bad boy, but it allowed. We are allowed. The only thing we need to make sure of is that we have 3 inputs. This guy is facing the wrong way for this whole setup. How many have we got on here? This is a lot. So in essence, what we're going to be doing is doubling this up on a single row. So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. So we're going to have to see if we can get 60 just to match that. And that will increase our speed. So we're going to need room for proliferation on the output. So all we need is enough room for the turn of the corner. That should allow for the turn of a corner. Yep. So we'll get 90 out of that. And one more. We'll need one more. For an input. So we're going to actually utilize... No, we don't need 4, so yeah, 30, 60, 90, 120. So we'll get 120. We'll get 120 potential. That's what we're looking for. Even though we're only going to get a maximum of 108, we can still increase that to whatever we like, because stacking of boxes. Alright, so that's what that will look like. We'll make sure we leave enough room for... Actually, we could do the inserter right now. Come on, inserter. I reckon we're going to use that one. Down, Icarus. That's the way. So one will go there. One will go there. And go upstairs. And bring one down. Yeah, to there. And one to there. Doesn't look pretty, but we're just looking for functionality. So we'll put a box on. We definitely want that to be reduced to a 1. One slot's all we need. And then it will merely need to be... That's going to be too close. That should be fine. That'll be 1 slot, that'll be 1 slot, that'll be 0. And these will be 2. So everything on these will be 2. Going in that direction. Everything on these will be 1. And they are. Okay. So we've got our input slot and our output. We're going to make sure that this is double production, double speed, so we'll get 120 minute out of that. With the exception that this is going to be copper, not iron. There we go. And that should be copyable. Right to there. Alright, that puts them next door. That's as close as they can get. And then the input line, or output line, input. Yep, we'll be into a splitter. And we'll make our splitter really doesn't matter. It does have to be there. We'll use that. So we'll get 240 a second going in. Okay, that's our 240 a second going in. This is a bit unorthodox. But it looks like it should work. That's probably going to be in the way. No, maybe not. No, it'll be fine. It will be fine. So we'll copy this and make sure we get all of our inserters. Perfect spacing. Wow. Alright, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Dang. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. And we'll put all of our boxes and all of our smelters. All right. That's 30 smelters there. We should be able to feed those quite easily. Easily. And we should be able to double that. And make sure we don't select that. And put that right there. Yes. That's 60. And we have seriously run out of boxes. So we'll just grab some from up here. And we're going to add one more to the madness. That gives us 60. Oh, what happened there? Are you kidding me? We missed one inserter on every one of those. Wow. How much does that suck? Only on that side. Yeah, did we get that? Yep. Got that one. Oh my God. That's the wrong way. Holy smokes. That's crazy. That's where it didn't paste, right there. Alright, you know what? Unfortunately, now I gotta take every one of those out. How much does that suck? Now. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's make sure we get all of those. Yes. There we go. All right, that is 60. All right, thank you. Finally. Right, so first things first. There we go, all blue. And we know this is going to be copper in and copper ingots out. Yep, okay. Power it all up. We should be able to power it on this corner right here. Beautiful. And then, tricky part. It's better if we put it on the inside. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Nope. Every third. That's what it looks like. Yep, that gets them all. Every third. Okay. Now, this line of 60 could be faster than this double line of 60. So since they're taking 2 per, $54, that's 108. Each of these machines is going to be taking 1 per second. It's going to be taking 2 per second. No. It's only going to take 1 per second. This is an interesting thing. We're going to have to it's going to be interesting because the machine says double production, 120 minutes, so it should be pulling 2 per second off of the line. We're going to find out if it actually pulls 2 per second off the line. Oh, hey, zombie. How are you doing? All right, didn't see that. Welcome to the chat. We're just experimenting with some ideas. So the truth of the matter is 54 per second per row, so that's 108 per second. 240 per second available. 108 per second, so each machine is going to pull 2 per second off the line. 60 machines times 2 is going to be 120. We've only got 108, so we will need one more. Oops, to guarantee. So 108 plus 54. Wow, way off. Should be 162. Right? 54, 54, and 54. Wow. Missing the target. So we are guaranteeing 162 per second delivery and 120 per second should come off the line. Oh wow, my aim is horrible. How's Zombie doing today? That was a delayed reaction. Got 2 stacked up in one spot. Yay! Get through the day and you're golden. For 10 days, hey? Going to what part of the U.S. you going to? There we go. Anywhere particular? Missouri. Yes. Gateway to the west. St. Louis for the Arch. Nice. You going into St. Louis or somewhere else? Gotta see that Gateway Arch. Gateway to the west. That is fantastic. There's a fantastic elevator ride up to the top of the arch. It's awesome. There's no 2 ways to describe that. It is way awesome. Okay, let's do this. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Because I didn't use a distributor bot, that's why. Wow. Oh, you won't have time for sightseeing. I hope it's not work-related holiday. How are we going to do that? Oh, good. Oh, those dogs are insane. Oh, cool. A nerd holiday. Oh my god, you gotta document that. I would love to do a nerd holiday. You'll have to document that and put it up on YouTube or something. Okay, what are we gonna do? Do we have distribution of blue via the bot? We do. That is a distributor. What's it stocked with? 996. And a full complement. That'll work. So what we'll do is... Oh. Well, let's put a box on there first, hey? And let's keep that down to a nice healthy 5. Then we can eliminate this. That. That. And we'll change that to 1200. So keep the craziness down to a minimum. There we go. Alright, there's a guy flying in from Portugal. He arrives on Friday. That's cool. Mostly everyone else is from the US, and of course I'm from Canada. Cool. A multicultural, bringing down the barriers around the world. That's cool. That should be fun. That should be fun. You'll have to link us up when all that gets going. It's happening. Okay, so that is going to supply. This normally supplies. So what we're going to do is we're going to divert. This one will divert. One, two, three to there. Those should all be nicely proliferated, and they are. And then grab this one in our completely unorthodox manner in test of this new idea, which is not really new, it's just I'm being funky. I'm being derpish. Okay. That is filling up nicely, proliferated to the max. So we'll go ahead and set these and see it go into motion. Get rid of this silliness. Alright, so we've got an inserter that's not working for some reason. So we'll take that one out. Oh, well, you know what? That's how fast it's going through. Some of these are gonna not get any. 2 yellow dots. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. So it's gonna take a while to populate. Some of them are going through so fast. That one got one. Yeah, they're going through so fast. Wow. Now we should be able to see how much we're getting here. So that'll be 810 times 4. Yes? Yes. And that is $32.40 a minute, and that is 54 seconds. Because that is actually the maximum of those two belts there. So let's get that up to 108, shall we? So 810 should be 1620 per traffic monitor. Indeed. That is 108 per minute coming out on a maximum of 108 per second. On belts capable of 120, so 4 times 30. Well, now it's dropping down a little bit. 0, yes. 1, yes. And 1, yes. And 1, yes. Yep. Ah, 108 per minute going in. We have to increase that a touch. That should do it. Now, those numbers should start coming up. They'll come up slowly. Yep, coming up over 13. It should hit 1440, if I'm not mistaken. And stabilize at 1440, but this is going to fill up, yeah, way before that. So we'll get those out of the way. Look how fast. Is it 1420? I saw a couple of 1440s and 1450s in there. All right, let's see what we get. Let's base that on 1440 times 4. It's 5760 divided by 60. That's 96 a second. So we should climb gradually over 1500. And it looks like we're gonna get there. Yeah, I'm seeing 1500s. See a few 1540s flashing up there. 1550s, 1560. It's getting there. 1600s and 1620. All right. 1620 times 4 belts is 6,480 per minute. Divided by 60, and that gives us exactly our 108 per second. Well, there we go. 54 and 54. And that's as fast as those belts will go. So we've achieved the speed that this side cannot give us. That bad boy is going to town at 9,700 a minute. And that's off of 17 vanes. Belts are definitely keeping up. That's good. So this side was only capable of 54 a second here and 27 a second there. So 81 per second was what, 54 and 27? Yeah. That was 81 per second, but since it was only 2 belts, that's only 60 per second going in. So this was quite the horrible layout with 60 machines. So that was quite a waste of power and a waste of a layout. I was gonna put them in here, but I guess not. I guess not. Yeah, so what I'm doing or attempting to do is addressing the compaction or the compression of the line. So even though this was a sprawling layout of 60 smelters, I couldn't get the compaction to get the speed of the sorters in our favor. So 60 smelters can be a single row. I just happen to have space for it. Can be a single row and produce 4 times the speed, because I'm utilizing the grid to get 6-1 on the inserters. Now, here's the big thing. This is my gripe with YouthCat Studios, because this 6 trips per second per grid is a lie. Unless I don't understand math as much as I thought I did. So 6 trips per second per grid per inserter. So an inserter carries What do we got? Sorting speed that shows up right down here. Sorting speed and cargo stacking. 6 trips per second per grid with a cargo stack of 6. To me, 6 times 6 is 36 per second per grid, which equates to 36, 72, 108. So it should be 108 per row. In fact, it only comes out to 54 per row, 54 per second per row. So it's actually half of that. So this cannot be true. Our traffic counters very specifically show us 108 per second between all 4. 108 per second divided by 6 inserters is 18 per second, not 36 per second. So 108 divided by 6 is 18. So something is wrong with their numbers, or their mechanics, or their explanation, or the information about cargo stacking or sorting speed. Something is wrong there, because the traffic counter tells the truth. So let's just do an experiment. We'll delete half of those. We'll watch the traffic counters. They say 1800 right now, but that's only what it's pulling out of the box, not what the inserters are delivering. Now we're going to come down to a solid 1620. So without any overstock in the boxes, these are actually delivering 54 per second per row, 108 per second. So these 4 times 1620 is 6480, divided by 60 is 108 per second. That's the true speed of inserters. And it's full again. Doesn't take long. So we have outperformed by a 4-fold of what this line was doing. Oh, wow. Hang on. I did not put the bot on top. That sucks. Now they're not going to be proliferated. So we'll have to remedy that. We'll do that, and that. Dang it, that sucks. It'll take a while for those to get back up to 3s. Alright, that's alright. That'll yeah, I contaminated my supply, but it'll take a little bit for those to... Where are you going? Where are you guys going? Oh, that's not exactly a short trip. Okay, here we come. Hey, I like that little timer. How about that? we're coming up on ads. So when we go on break, we'll restart the timer. Jeeves will announce it. And we got about 30 seconds, I believe. So we'll start it now and give ourselves 20 seconds. Oh, that was only 5 seconds, but there we go. We'll shorten that a little bit. All right, we'll be back. Okay, we're back. Alright, so just a quick explanation of what we were doing. That actually means I can turn off that timer. I love that. That is one less application I don't have to have running. Let's free up some memory. Woohoo! And there we go. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit for all that to straighten out. We'll see how long it takes for 3 arrows to show up. So basically what we did is we utilized the same amount of smelters with the same amount of power draw, and we quadrupled our speed of producing copper ingots, which was an issue yesterday. Alright, we still don't have... There's 3. There's 3. Let's see how many of these... None of those are 3s. Alright, so we're back up to 3s now. Yeah, unfortunately we had a little bit of contamination going out the line. Oops. That was the wrong button. That's alright. 3 and 3, and there's the 3s coming into the line now. Okay, good. Right, so we did good. This is facing the wrong way, but that's alright. We made that happen. And now we can get rid of all of this. That was pretty unproductive. Alright, let's put those away. Put those away. Put those away. Can't do anything with foundation. We're gonna need some more boxes. Let's grab some more boxes while we're thinking about it. We'll take them all. Just to have them. And yeah, it took up a little bit more real estate as far as how far around the planet it was wrapping. But we also reduced one whole row of smelters and boxes. So basically it's still taking up the same amount of real estate. Just in a much longer, thinner layout that helps us to utilize the speed of the inserters. And that, of course, is taking advantage of this row of tiles that are spaced out much further than how they're crunched up together at the tops. And you can see 1.5 tiles here per 1 tile here. Okay, that cleans that up. So since we've increased the productivity of that copper, we've increased the productivity of the iron. So as an example, this iron right here, we took advantage of the grid spacing to compact these as well. And this was a double row with a belt feed, but it does fine. And what we're going to do is we're going to compact where we can, utilizing the grid for our iron and copper. We're not going to worry so much about silicon right now. Alright, and that's all for that hemisphere. So we did the same thing. We stayed. Now I made a big mistake on this one. I laid this out right on the tropic crossing right there. So I won't be able to blueprint or copy that unless I use it specifically for this section of the globe. That was a bummer. Now this one is also an old setup that is going to be not very productive. So what we need is this, and that's why I set this up right here. So I tapped off of it and built this line. So I just threw splitters down. We'll let that run even though it's not very productive. And I think that was the only iron up on, well, except for the one that's making magnets. We could actually improve magnets because that's a smeltable. This is actually a factory production. It shouldn't even be doing graphite. Oh, this is graphite, not magnets. Hang on, what is this? I thought I saw magnets on the end. No, it's all graphite, so that's a smeltable. Oh, this one I did yesterday too, so we're actually utilizing the compaction of the inserters. Now, that being the case, we also need to make diamonds, so our kimberlite was suffering heavily. Let's just make a blueprint. I'm not going to make a blueprint of that one. We'll blueprint. We'll blueprint the graphite, because that comes straight from coal. Sure we got everything. We did, but we don't need this. Oh, wow. Bonehead at work. That'll work. Alright, it was deselected. Alright, derp at work. So this is helps if I spell it right. This is graphite. Compact inserters. So that'll be graphite and Actually, that's all I need, really. Well, it's graphite from coal, obviously. And smelted. So, graphite using compacted inserter. Outline. Okay. And I believe that's the old setup, and this is the new. Yep. No, I don't want to do that. Doggone it. We're not going to do that because it's right on the tropic. I don't like that. That's the normal one. That's not going to work. All right, let's head back over to the other hemisphere. There's the magnets I was thinking of. And we'll also take the copper. We won't do the single line. We'll do the... I think there's a normal copper. Ah, here we go. 30, 60, 90 out of a 54. That's not enough. 54 per second. This can actually be increased. So that's 108. That's 108. That, of course, will overload a 90 per second output. I'll have to get a smelter count because I think this might be overkill. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Hold on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 30. 2, 4, 6, 8, 40. 40 times 2 is only 80 per second. So 80 per second, we did good. Got a space of 108 per second room on the output, 90 per second on the belts, which is plenty for 80 per second row of copy the blueprint. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. That's all right. I got it figured out the long way. 80 per second output, so 40 smelters times 2, because they're doing 2 per second. We got there in the long run. Come on, click. Now, this is not an issue with my mouse because I have changed mice 3 times. Wireless mouse, corded mouse, and whatnot. And it's not click accuracy of the mouse, it's just not going. Actually, I didn't need that last one. Alright, let's check our grid. We are off of the tropic, which is good. So this can actually be increased at any future date. To a 4-belt output. But I think the reason is we've only got 3 ports available because I'd only be able to eliminate 1 for the blue juice, and that would only give us 4 on one side, but not the other side. So, unfortunately, now we have a port limitation. So this is raws into iron via the smelter. Okay. Now these should actually go into that graphite, and that iron should go into smelting. Oops. Dang it. Thank you, autosave. As annoying as you are. what I wanted was this path right here. So we'll copy that. Come up here. Insert that. Here. Insert that. And now we've got the new smelt for iron, the new smelt for graphite, and we just want to do a new smelt for copper. Which is not that guy. Did I do a full copper smelt? Or just the long skinny? Just the long skinny. Alright, so what we'll do is we will copy a portion of the long skinny. Okay, that will be, let's just do a significant amount of it. Right down to there. Just as a starter. There we go. Then we want to find right in one of these two tropics, either this one or this one. And it looks like it's going to be that copper. And we'll pop down here. It's going to be a double row. But it's going to hit a dead end. Can't use that one. Can't use compact on that one. Or that one. And there's no copper up here. So what I could actually do, I don't want to trap behind that iron deposit either, just in case we're going to use it. Alright, there's no more actual room up there that we can utilize, so here's what we can do. Really don't want to trap this one either in case I want to spread that out. No, we'll do it because I'd have to calculate copper there. I mean, calculate graphite. Wow, just not a very great distribution of ores. Not going to be able to sneak past that one though. That's the problem with this one. Because I would need 5. I'd need at least 8 on that side, and there's not 8 on that side. Maybe 5, 6, 7, 8. That puts it right up against that ore node. So So I guess we'll do this one right here. We'll just bury that vein. Graphite we can get from another coal. No, that's the only coal node. So graphite will be produced on a different planet. That actually needs to be changed. That's horrible. Adding those old miners in on the new miner is reducing the stack count, so we'll fix that in just a second, but I believe that's the unless this is coal. That's not coal, that's titanium. No, that's not titanium. Alright, we'll use this one. Yeah, right up against the copper. Yeah, it might have been stone, because it had that grayish. I can't see both ends at the same time, so it's not going to work anyway. Yeah, I did. I changed it to the top left corner. That's not going to be the issue. What I need is enough room to make this a double feed. Smelters on this side with the output boxes over there. And I'm not going to be able to get... Yeah. I'm not going to be able to get the grid crunch. Because I need 5, 6, 7, 8. I can move that one more. Still too close. That's the problem. That's the problem. That will probably go, but that's not enough grid, and that's why those boxes ended up on the... Oh, even that's not close enough, so I won't be able to put it here at all. Yeah, because we need, with the box right on that grid line, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need 8 grid lines on this side of the box. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we're already up against the tropic. And these are too close already. So I'm already outside. But it'll work fine here. Oh, you know what? Let's reverse. Well, it's still not going to help, even if I reverse it. It's still not going to help because... Yes, I can fit it in here. But I still won't be able to add... I'll show you what I mean. I still won't be able to add the second row and take advantage of the grid crunch. So this is the input line, and taking this and reversing it, and then taking one of the boxes. That's as close as I can fit the box. See, you get one inserter is fine, but you're just at that point where the other two inserters are just outside the capabilities. I can get two, but then the box is going to be too close to the smelter to connect. So unfortunately, it's just not enough grid. That's 20, 5, 10, 15, that's 20 tiles. And we can only use 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, can only use 18 tiles at the most in this region. So up here would be different, I think. Oops. Yeah, same issue. Even worse. That's a shame. So that is going to be strictly strictly a single row production. But the single row production is pretty fast, so I was really just hoping to get a double out of it. You know, I got a double out of... Where did I get the double out of? What area? Right here. No, not right there. Right here. How did I get that double working? Oh, because belts instead of boxes. That's why that works. So we've got 5, 10, 15, 16. We're only using 16 grid lines from top to bottom when we use the belt line. That's not too shabby. I mean, that factory's not too shabby. We can't use it anywhere in the equatorial region. That's the problem. This is the only spot where you get away with the compaction of the inserters. It has to be a belt line. You can't even use it up in here with the belt line because that's only 5, 10, 15. Oh, we might be able to get 60. No, I don't think so. Yeah, we might be able to. Let's check something. No. Just outside. So it's got to be 13. So 10, 11, 12, 13. It's just outside, even with the belt line. So even if I reduced it to one belt down the middle, that's still not enough because there's two that are not too close. I need two more grid lines to make that happen. And then of course we'll be right on the tropic again, and you can't place blueprints or copies right on the tropic. You can if you build the blueprint on the tropic line, but yeah, it kind of sucks like that. That makes it very specific, very use case. So a double row with belted will fit in the tropic above and the tropic below, and nowhere else. These tiles are far too compact. Far too compact. So that's the sweet spot for a double row belted. And that's that spot right there. Wowzers. Which means the ore deposits are gonna have to be just right. So if I do a belted for this copper right here, or this copper right here, I could do a double row in this area. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Can't remember which way the belts are running. That could fit in there too. That'll fit in there. Let's see which way they're facing. Hey, that's the right direction. All right, we can use that. Ooh, look at that. Those are set on the wrong, those are on the wrong setting. Where did I copy that from? Right over here? Yeah, right here. Oh, hang on a second. It didn't copy the settings. That sucks. That sucks that it didn't copy the settings. Huh. Well, we're gonna change it anyway, so that's rather disappointing. Okay, miner. Let's see what we can do with you on a 20. Oh, you suck on that side. Come on. Can't get 19 out of 20. Wow, that's going to throw those off. That's going to throw those belts off. Maybe not too bad. Let's see. Maybe not too bad. Yeah, they're going to have a hard time lining up. Not horrible. Not horrible. Now, I've seen worse. Oh. Yeah, I've seen worse. Might not be too bad of a spot. Probably be better off up here. And we'll leave enough room for proliferation. Hang on, let's do this. Let's save ourselves a little headache. Let's not proliferate coming out of the miner. Let's proliferate coming out of the PLS. And it's that way, instead of having 9 proliferators sucking down blue juice, I mean, it's only a matter of power usage. It still uses the same amount of proliferation. No, I take that back. It doesn't. It uses less. It'll use less coming out. Let's see, that's the center. That's the center of our PLS. Oh. All right. I didn't realize I could get that close. All right, there. That's not too bad at all. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's way better. That's way better. That doesn't need any power on it at all, actually. Yeah, that'll work nicely. Alright, that was a copy off of this guy. No, that was the graphite. Could copy that. Is that who I copied off of right there? I think it was. Yeah, I think it was. Well, anyway, it's clean. I can adjust it. It's adjustable. That's the big thing. Oh, that's not what I copied off of. That was actually copied off of the Tropic. That wasn't the one I copied off of. I copied off of this one. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and of course I copied too much belt. Ooh. That belt's on the Tropic? No, it would be on the Tropic. Yeah, it would be on the tropic if I did that. I'll eventually get it right. Eventually. So I don't want to copy that last bells. I don't want that. Don't need any of that. Don't necessarily need those. Okay. That should work when I flip it now. Yep, okay. That's probably going to collide with the ore. No, it collides right there. That's fine. That's the only collision. Everything else looks like it lines up, so we'll go Shift-Enter. That's a go. All right, now, you guys have probably never seen this happen before, but yep, I buried it, but guess what? It's still collecting from 17 veins. How about them apples? So now I can actually utilize these to go on over. Yeah, that shocks a lot of people. But same concept when you're doing pumping water and sulfuric acid out of the ground. Once you get the pumps in place, you can literally foundation over the entire fluid patch. In that regard, which is different than this one, you can unbury this if you wanted to. But with the fluid, once the water pump is down and you cover up the fluid with foundation, you can't remove the pump and then put it back down. Yes, you can pave over it, it'll still pump the water because that's just like the real world. You fill it in or you pump over it. I mean, you foundation over it. Oops, hang on, we'll be careful with that just for the moment. But once you've removed a pipe from the ground that you've paved over, you obviously can't put it back. So this one's actually going to be our middle. This one is going to be our outside, and this one is going to be the inside. Except for, except for that ramp is too close. It's going to be too close to connect. Okay, we got ads in about 10 seconds. We'll be back after the ads. back. Sorry about the bit of extended break there. Got quite a bit of wind going on around here, and we just got stuff blowing all over the yard we don't normally have blowing around the yard. Making a racket. Anyway. Right, so. Yeah, so that's a little trick you can do. So once you've got your miners placed, you can go ahead and bury the nodes and, you know, place whatever you want. Not sure how many buildings or types of buildings you can place underneath. Yeah, you can place anything you want underneath it. So even though it's even though there are nodes there and the miner is collecting from all 17 nodes, yeah, you can build on top of that. So what we're doing now, oh yeah, we are proliferated coming in there, so that's fine. We can go ahead and connect away. And 3 outs, 3 outs. And yeah, excellent. So those will be ore. Could have done that at the beginning, but that's all right. We'll go ahead and power the proliferators and power the miner. And that comes in kind of handy too, like if you need a place to, you know, a spot to put your power pole, bury the node, then place your power pole wherever. You know, all good in the neighborhood. And this PLS will need to be powered, so we'll put one right on the corner. And we'll be providing, yep, drones, supplies, all the good stuff. All right, now, change over. So these are going to be copper. And we will copy that. Oh, look how far off I was on that. Not quite lined up. That's all right. We have a remedy for that. That was only for alignment purposes anyway, so that will go to the first inside. Oops. There we go. So we'll just go ahead and copy. And delete. And paste. Except we didn't get any inserters with that. That sucks. Alright, here's what we'll do. We'll do that, and we'll say yes. It still didn't connect them. Oh, they're facing the wrong way. Well, no wonder that didn't work. Try that again. Now they should overlap. No, still got to paste the inserters in by hand. That's kind of hated. Really? What do you mean collide? There's nothing to collide with there. Thank you. That was a bit annoying. There, happy days. And everybody should be on ones. They are. Except for this one, which is 0, which it is. And that one. Excellent. Ones here and there. Excellent. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. We forgot one important thing. Proliferate. There we go. Well, we are definitely 90 per second. So we got 30, 60, 90 times 2 is 180 per second going in there. And that is very much 180 per second. But we could be getting more. If I didn't use up that one port with the proliferator, I could get 4 over here and get 120 second on this side and 90 on that side. I lied. I could get 108 per second on this side, even though the belts would support 120. But I would have to stack up more boxes to get up to over 120, and then it would be overkill. Then we'd have too much going in with only 120 per second possible coming out. Anyway, there we go with more copper. How many? Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. We'll put 2 more on the end just to make it 40. Just to make it 40. All right, 20 and 20, 40. 40 smelters produce 80 per second. Double duty on a 90 per second possible output, which did not take long at all. Okay, wow, we've gotten a lot accomplished with our copper issues. Let's take a look at we did that one. We did that one. And we blueprinted, so that's good. Oh, oh, look at that. If you start, oh my gosh. Did I just do another timer? No. Yeah, if you close it and open it. It resets. It does indeed. All right, so what do we got? 42 minutes. Which actually will give it 41. All right, there we go. Until next break. Commercial free. Right, so we do need to boost some things, but we definitely want to take a look at... This is actually... We need to blueprint this because this is actually a blueprintable double. Did we miss some inserters over here? Oh, they're all there. Okay. So this is actually blueprintable. And we can actually replace this with a distributor bot if we wanted to, so... That's all good. And we're also off of the tropic transition, so that's fine. So that's a 40. And that is copper from ore, obviously, with smelters. And okay, that should be fine. And saved. All right. Yay. Too bad I can't do that with magnets. Alright, now let's take a look at, let's turn that off. That's just our little tiny planet on the inside one. So we're going to take a ride. I'm pretty sure we did the cleanup over on this one, didn't we? I can't remember. Pretty sure we started over here. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, I think we did this one already. We just didn't finish with the titanium We can't do anything inside the equatorial region, so those should be normal belt line with the 3-2 inserters. Magnets, graphite. Yeah. Alright, now anything inside, still not an issue. Anything inside the upper tropics. Or the lower tropics, nothing really going on there. So we could, in essence, delete this monstrosity and put it right down here where we can utilize the doubles, I mean the compacted inserters, without even running into the ore. And that would actually put the inputs right in line. That's probably a way better idea with that one. Yeah. And then we'll clean up our, we'll finish up the titanium. Yep, we'll do that first, because that really needs to... It's in production. I just didn't take out the last of them. It really doesn't matter that they're spread out like this. We only got 60 per second on each side, but titanium was not a huge issue to begin with. This one could be... Turn around. These miners are wrong. They're not helping. Because as you can see, it affects the stack size. It actually reduces the 4 count down to an intermittent 4 count. So we could literally take this out and pipe those 3 feeds straight up in here. Probably on the left side, and go straight on out. That would be great. Okay. How many did we cover with that? We covered 19 veins, which that ain't so bad. But, yeah, as you can see, splitters are not such a great idea. Just to pick up the extra veins didn't help. So I didn't actually increase any productivity here. I actually reduced it. So those get to come out. And reconnect the belts. Get a 4 stack out of it. There we go. That one's good. And that one's good. Okay. Yeah, so the splitters were just an idea that I had. I think I was doing it before I realized I had researched and utilized, or started utilizing, the 4 stack count, or the 4 stack. So I thought it would be not a big issue after the 4 stack came in. So these are all stacked to 4 going through the splitter. I thought adding the miners to pick up the ones, you know, whatever's not covered, I could add up to like 6 other miners around there, and then just belt them in onto the belt with a splitter, and it would stay a 4 count, and it didn't, because it's a single count coming out of the old miners, single stack, going into the splitter, and the splitter's actually alternating 4 stacks with a single stack. And it reduced my throughput. So now, even though I have that blueprint, I don't even utilize it anymore. It's ineffective. Not that I worry. terribly about throughput or numbers or anything, because I just don't do a whole lot of math. Only the ones that annoy me. But anyway, so this one can actually be rerouted up to in this area. Christopher Aurelius, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Alright, so let's get rid of, we're going to use this section off to my right, which is now the east. So we'll grab some foundation. Get rid of that. So we'll be just up along this tropic right here. For throttling? You mean to reduce throughput on the belts? That's plenty of room on this side of the tropic line. I only need 15. Oh, you know what? We probably need just a touch more. There we go. For your ferry. Yeah, you know what? Something weird's going on with the game lately. I don't know what it is. I think it has to do with the last update. There was some optimizations in it, but if you'll notice mine up here in the top left, I'm at 2142. It's not affecting my game, but there's also nothing on my planet that, or even in this area, that would affect, you know, me dropping to 20 and 42. I mean, I don't even have a ton of vessels going anywhere. So what is happening, and this is just my best guess, so what is happening is mine is affected by OBS. No mods. No mods. My checklist and the timer up here are all part of Steam. Steam's new overlay has a whole bunch of great tools you can use. So I put a timer in, I put a checklist in. That's your shift tab to bring up your Steam overlay. And the timers until the next break. But my FPS and UPS are affected, I believe, by OBS. I'm running OBS in the game on the same computer and whatnot. As far as the end game, I imagine what you're talking about as far as end game is you're covering entire planets with factories. You've got bots going, you've got drones going, you've got a Dyson sphere somewhere, you know, in the vicinity. But you see, even my frame rates don't change that much just by being in the Dyson view. And everything's got to do with what's being rendered on screen, so there's nothing to render on screen. But the best way to combat the drones, the vessels, the distributor bots from impacting your UPS and FPS, try and limit the number of bots you use. Yeah, so frames. Another big hit is solar sails. I don't use solar sails. As a matter of fact, the second time in my entire game history that I have ever used solar sails. Since the very first week of release in January of 2021, was on my Alpha Dyson, and I created a mini Cerebro in there. This is the second time I ever used sails. Otherwise, my spheres are all frames and nodes, and I still get plenty of which one? Dyson Alpha. I still get plenty of power, even with partially built with frames. So you don't have to have sails in there. I stopped using them way back because sails used to have a huge impact on save file size, as well as prior to the regular optimizations to the game that came through. Prior to that, they had a pretty big impact on FPS and UPS. So that's another way you can reduce the load, is reduce how many sails you're using on your Dysons. So if you're a very creative type and you're designing some really cool Dysons with some solar sails employed, you can't avoid the hit through FPS and UPS. Otherwise, you can just reduce that. The only other way is reduce the amount of drones and bots that are in use. And you can also take a look at some of your game settings as well, obviously. Yes, you can. That's exactly right, Zombie. So in the editor, you can turn off. You can also optimize your solar sail memory, but that probably won't help your FPS and UPS. Hide the rocket models, hide the back structures, all layers in game, untick that. All orbits, you can actually turn off the orbits, so if you only want to turn them on just to see them, that will help. Okay, so the other things that you can do prior to, so if you took a hit, if the GPU took a hit, let me turn off the, let me hide them for a second. Adjust your video resolution so that your game actually reflects your monitor if you're in full screen, obviously. And definitely match your refresh rate. So if you match your refresh rate to your actual monitor's refresh rate, you're going to do a whole lot better. When you do that, you don't need vertical synchronization. You only need vertical synchronization if you choose a frequency that's different than your monitor's native frequency. That's what that's for, and that reduces tearing and all that stuff. Otherwise, match it, turn off vertical sync. Reduce your max FPS to something like 60 because there's too much processing opening up for the availability for more that doesn't impact or have any effect or advantage at all. And of course, you can check some of the others. Now, multi-sampling, I know we can go up to 8, but you can actually disable that if you want. Well, reducing it to 30, now I've got lag. Just for a split second. It doesn't have any impact. So, if your GPU handles 60, fine. I'm sure your GPU can handle far more than that. But the game is set up for 60 UPS and 60 FPS, so stay as close to native as possible. Multi-sampling can actually be disabled. You really don't need that for anti-aliasing. I just keep mine on 4. The other thing is crank up the blur a little bit. Blurring helps to reduce the amount of graphical processing. Also, know what your logical thread count is. So I've got 6 cores and 12 threads. I use half. I have 12 logical threads, 2 per CPU, CPU cores, and I've got 6 cores. Also try and have your UI at the same resolution or as close as you can, if not the same resolution as your monitor in game mode. 1920 by 1080. Try and keep your UI. There's a lot less processing going. The closer you can get to native settings, the better. That's about it, really. You can flip this to default. See, mine's 12. You can flip it to default and use all the threads. That may or may not help. The reason I don't use 12 is because I'm running OBS at the same time. Actually, if I applied that, yeah, see, no real serious impact. It just takes away from what OBS can be using as far as CPU and the threads in the CPU. So that's why I kind of let it share. So I'll give 6 to everything else on my system, OBS, browser, and other software, and restrict 6 threads to the game. It really only needs, I mean, seriously, the game only needs 1 thread. Literally. Yeah, I agree, Zombie. It doesn't really affect the game much. Yeah, and it won't impact save files so much like that. So save files were impacted by the solar sails. Now not so much because of the optimizations. The optimizations have been good. There's no question about that. So, and there's, you know, you've got lots of options to utilize. So here's another thing. If your GPU utilizes anti-aliasing, and it's on, that feature's on in your GPU, then you don't need this. However, you can turn it off in your GPU for a specific game and use the in-game anti-aliasing. Sometimes that will have an impact on FPS and UPS. You can also reduce the surface shadows, cloud parts, all these things. And that can free up GPU processing and give you a little better FPS and UPS. I don't expect much more than what I'm getting here. I should be at 60, 30 and 60, or pretty dang close to 30 and 60, which I'll have, but only if I shut off OBS and then my stream stops. So now, just because it's at 2141 doesn't mean a bad thing, because it's not impacting my game. I can still swing around. I don't have screen stutter or anything like that. You know, it's still all good. It doesn't look good, but it's not impacting my actual rendering. It's a scary number, you know. And you can also change this as well. So when you hover over this, you can change the balance. That might help a little bit. All right, so when you click the gear up there, are you balanced at 1 to 2? I reckon you are. If you're showing 5.9, which is close to 5.10, you're probably balanced at 1 to 2. If I changed this to 1 to 3, all it did was reduce my FPS. It did give me a little bit back on my UPS, not a significantly huge amount, and you know, still all good. Still all good. But technically speaking, 1 to 2 is what I want. Let's see, if I go 2 to 5, that's gonna actually end up being worse. Yeah, so from 43 down to about 40. I get a few more FPS back, but you know, my UPS suffers when I do that, so. I could get away with that, you know. I've been hovering around 20 to 30 FPS, I mean 20 to 22, 23 FPS. I get a little bit back on UPS, and it still doesn't affect, you know. So yeah, a few things you can mess around with. And you know, I don't know what GPU you're using, AMD or NVIDIA. There are definitely, sorry, I forgot I had my cam off. There are settings in NVIDIA's GPU control panel, and there are definitely lots of great settings in the AMD GPU control panels. And you can very much tweak your GPU to perform better for a particular specific game. The one thing I can't tell you is optimum settings, because everybody's system is different. I run strictly AMD, so my CPU, my GPU, all AMD. My motherboard is MSI. I'm Team Red, so I like everything to be matched. So if I'm using an AMD CPU, I'll use an AMD GPU. My other machines, if I'm using an IBM Intel CPU, I'll be using an NVIDIA GPU. I generally don't mix and match. If I've got Intel CPU, I won't run an AMD GPU with it. It's just a bad mismatch, and vice versa. If I have an AMD CPU, I don't run NVIDIA with it. It's not engineered to run together. It's just like stereo systems. If you have a Kenwood stereo and Kenwood speakers, then you'd want a Kenwood amp or Kenwood graphic equalizer, because they're all engineered to work when the brands match. Just engineered to work better that way. You start mixing and matching brands, you're mixing and matching technologies or belief systems in the manufacturers, which doesn't usually result very well. All right, so we can't do much about that one right there. This one seems to be, this one's going to be outside because it's in the tropic. It's outside the region we were working at. Alright, so we fixed up the titanium, and let's turn our things back on. Right, copper. just cleared a spot to run. Where'd it go? There, is that it? That's not it. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay, so we cleared a spot to run copper. Oh, no. Smelting copper right in this area here, which is a perfect fit if we leave just enough room. To feed those in. And we'll bring the smelters over. Yeah, Chris, unfortunately that's the nature of the game. You're just gonna have to play a little bit because, you know, there's a lot of different mechanics of the game that can be affected by our hardware. Wow, I did not put the... Yeah, I did. There they are. Belts. Where's my inserters? I sure didn't put a lot of... oh, hang on. I did not put inserters anywhere. Alright, let's call for a few inserters. You open your Steam panel but can't figure out how to add a notepad. Okay, so, right, Shift Tab opens it up. It's down here at the bottom, the pencil. It's called Notes. Just click it on or click it off. And then pin it. So when you pin it, and you hit Shift Tab to close that, that's when it shows up. If it's not pinned, it won't show up. It'll only show up when you do the Shift Tab. So that's the momentary. Unpinned is not there. Pinned is there. And then also you can change the opacity. So you click on that and you can see it's active, so just hover over and then click, and that's the opacity. I know, right? Isn't that just the coolest thing or what? It's super, super convenient to have a notepad. Playing games like Factorio, Satisfactory, Dyson Sphere, you know, factory games, Universe Sim, Tectonica, whatever. Having a notepad makes all the difference in the world, just so that you can see on screen just by glancing at it and knowing where you're going with that. But I mean, any kind of game, you know, I'm going to be implementing a new thing shortly here, which is kind of a game that we'll play together. Everybody in chat can play with me on a lateral thinking game, and the notepad is going to come in super handy because I can put the start of the game in there. You know, there's a dead man laying on the bed. He's got a pile of there's a pile of wood shavings underneath him. You can ask me questions that I can only answer in yes or no. Go. Try and figure out how the man died. You know, so I can have like the actual what the question is, what the theme is, and then I can even list, you know, people's correct guesses and whatnot, and I can award people channel points and that kind of thing for correct guesses, and then, you know, a big reward for someone that figures out the puzzle. That's going to be super, super handy. And having the timer as well. Dude, this can go, your imagination is the limit. So many things that can be done. So yeah, I'm going to be having a little bit of play with that idea. Did I not mark? It'd help if I actually requested them, hey, instead of just kind of looking at them. All this time I'm waiting for them to be delivered and they're not even selected yet. But yeah, so yeah, we're going to be implementing some fun stuff like that, which is also going to be handy in games like, you know, You Don't Know Jack, or I don't know. Oh gosh, I mean, so much fun with it. And there's all kinds of other things in here too. I mean, you've got a soundtrack player. I haven't even messed with that yet. But yeah, Zombie, have you played any of the Jackbox party games? Gardic phone?
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Yes, thank you, Jeeves. I appreciate that, and welcome on board, Chris. Appreciate the follow. Very, very much. Very awesome. Astroneer has a soundtrack. Oh, so games that we have, you know, obviously we've got soundtracks. Creativerse has a soundtrack. DSP has a soundtrack. I imagine that is if you installed additional soundtracks for the game. Thanks for that, Chris. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Let's see if I can crash my system. Yeah, so Astroneer apparently has tons of tracks. I did not know that. 2 discs worth of tracks. I did not know that about Astroneer. It's been a while since I played. But there you go. And of course, console, web browser. Web browser? Really? Oh, that web browser. Yeah, okay. And in case anybody didn't know, you could actually watch a streamer's stream through Steam. There you go. There it is. Because up in the top right, you can see I'm live through the Steam. But you can do that, chat there and everything. Of course, I'd have to be looking at it to see the chat. It's, you know, sometimes a lot better just to be in... to be in... to be in Twitch chat. Wow, that delivered a bunch. All right, we'll take 2,000. Okay, I guess we'll take the rest. Didn't need that many. We got what we got. I haven't heard of Gartic phone though, Zombie. I have to check into that. Yeah, I know how that can go. You know, DSP is quite addicting. It's quite fun to play. It can definitely, you can definitely sink some time into it. I mean, just look at the past. We've already gone through an hour since the last commercial break. And we're coming up in about another minute and a half. So, Okay, so these are all set. All the settings retained from the blueprint, which is awesome. Terex, welcome back. How are you doing today? Good to see you, mate. So now we can bring these up. Oh, look at that. That's a nice straight shot on that line. Let's do that. Let's do that. That just happens to be a nice straight shot. Right to there. Oh, helps if I completed that turn. Ah. There we go. And then we'll do that. Then we'll do that. Get rid of that. And then we'll see how this looks transitioning. Not too horrible. Not too horrible. Neither one of those are really horrible. I'm doing good, thanks. Figure out red cubes. Oh, okay, Zombie. Yeah, Pictionary, I played that. Alright, we got ads in about 5 seconds. Sorry, folks, we'll be back right after the ads. See you in a minute. Get a bio break, a refresh on your drink and everything. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Well, I'm back anyway. I hope nobody had the full complement of 3 minutes of ads. Twitch has been really good about not doing the full 3 minutes, which, knock on wood, we're not going to complain about. Terex, I'd really be interested in knowing what the what your challenge is with the red cubes, and maybe I can help out with that. Cool, Chris. Chris, you probably had an ad when you joined the channel, I'm not sure. Or some ads when you joined the channel. So you may not have had some during the break, I don't know. Twitch is just funky like that. Eight played. Ooh, that sounds like that might have been close to the 3-minute. If they, it depends on whether they were 15-second ads or 30-second ads. Even at 30 seconds, so that's wow, that would be 4 minutes. So if you had 15-second ads, you know, it varies, but we only get it once an hour, so that's why I do that. Once an hour, bio break, stretch, hydrate, caffeinate, disintegrate, whatever you like doing. Okay, so this should be a nice clean, is this a 40? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep, so that's a clean 40, so that'll get us 80 per second. 90 per second outputs. So that's looking all good. That'll take a minute or two to get up to 90 per second. So cargo containers. Okay, glad you asked that. A lot of people ask. Even though they're storage, I'm not using them as storage. These are literally just transport devices, which is why there's only one slot open for something to go in and something to go out. So outputs from machines are restricted to a 30 per second belt. 30 per second is the most you can get coming out of a machine, unless you stack them using the pilers, which I don't use. Instead, I opt for speed. So the boxes are in the eyes of the inserter. The box is almost virtually invisible. You cannot even see the parts passing through the box because, in most cases, because the inserter is handing off from this one over to the next inserter. And it literally eliminates 1, 2, 3 grid lines. So even though this is, the space is taking up, you know, a total of so many grid lines, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 grid lines, you can literally eliminate 3 for every box. So from inserter to inserter to inserter to inserter to inserter makes for some huge speed. So right now, a row of 3 inserters will transfer 54 per second. 2 rows, one on top of each other, 54 times 2 is I can transfer 108 per second down this line. Versus a single belt that only transfers 30 per second. Or 2 belts that transfer 60 per second. I can transfer 108. So if my splitter utilizes all 4 ports, 30, 60, 90, I can get a full 108 per second coming out here with available 120 per second belts. If I had a 4th belt, that would be 120 altogether. So it's nothing more than a transport device. It's only transporting. These are not used as storage devices. So I can move product way faster than just utilizing a belt or 2 or 3. Now, if I were able to connect up 4 belts to all these machines on the output side, I'd get 120 per second coming down here if they could keep them all saturated. If there was a spot open for a machine to unload to. With boxes, I don't have to worry about whether there's a gap on the belt for the machines to unload to. They unload to the box regardless. It doesn't matter if there's anything in the box or not. Even if the slot is taken, it'll unload to the box. And it'll get passed down to the line until there's no more room to store it. So, you know, if I take these out and delete them, you can see how fast. So that should be a full 90 per second. 30, 60, 90. So that's the speed. And I actually shouldn't have these 2 yellow dots. I don't know why these 2 all by themselves are yellow dotted and everything else is on. So I must have like a stuffed up inserter or something. Yeah, sometimes, oh, now they're full up again. That's how quick. It depends on what you qualify as a bottleneck. A splitter has 4 ports. I'm only using 3 of them. The front on the ground, the back on the ground, and the back up on the second level. I've still got a 4th one that I can use, a 4th port on the splitter. So this line's capable of 108 per second. Excuse me, which is more than 90 per second. So if I wanted to open this up, I'd bring a 4th belt out here and get the full 108 per second that the line can deliver with room to spare, a little extra to spare. So if I did this, probably going to be too close. Probably going to be too close to get it dumped down into. Yeah, that probably won't line up. No, I'd have to shift forward 1. Hang on. I could still get away with that if I take that one off, and maybe use the R key. No, I still can't get down to the ground in enough time. So probably what I would do to cheat the system and make it look horrid, I'd probably do that. And then bring it over. I'd probably do that. The problem is you have to have a 4th port to input it. So now, because of my designs, in order to get up to 120 per second, which I would only get 54 times 2 is 108, there's nowhere to put it. So suppose at this point I could use a stacker piler and pile them up on the belts. So yeah, using the container for the import and using the splitter to get 4 full belts out, and it works. Yeah, refineries aren't jammed up with the full belts, so they can offload. Yep. Well, actually, I don't have any bottleneck on the input. The reason being is the technology in PLSs and ILSs and the industrial miners now. You have a cargo stack count of 4 coming out of the ports. So now we don't have to worry about it. Now, with a cargo stack of 4 coming out, that 30-second belt is now 120 per second. So I used to use a lot of this transport as the input line using box method. And there's still some applications where the box method counts. On the input line, like say here for magnets. I don't necessarily have to use this really for ores, because ores come out of the PLS stack to 4. So this is really kind of pointless now since the advent of the 4-stack technology. Yeah, exactly. So there's no real bottleneck. There's no real bottleneck now as far as outputs from ILS, PLS, and even the miners. The advanced miners have a stack count of 4 now. So you can literally get, I mean, there's no bottleneck. This is 120 per second per belt. So 120 times 9, 1080 per second can come out of this machine. Yeah, the stacker pilers, they've still got some uses in the game. I just don't run into enough situations where that's really gonna help, other than the one that we just mentioned here. So I do need a 4th port if I'm getting 30 per second on the belt. So I could probably utilize a stacker for 2 here and a stacker for 2 more here, and I'd get my 4 belts input onto 2 belts. So same amount of product onto fewer belts. So yeah, but I love the industrial miners. Getting 1,080 per second coming out on belts is incredible. And I've got some miners that are doing anywhere between 12 and 18,000 a minute. So yeah. Fun stuff. This is such an awesome game. It is such an awesome game. You know, here's a good example right here. So these are how many? I've got 19 veins. All right, so let's just get rid of all of those. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? I just took 10,000 out and we're already back up to 10,000. Right. And here you go, 18,800 a minute. Is that crazy or what? And of course, I don't understand this mechanic. This mechanic, it slows down the more full it gets. But how? How is 120 plus 120 plus 120 plus 120 plus 120 per second plus 120 plus 120? Because you've got 1,080 per second going in here, so it should take 10 seconds. Slightly over 10 seconds. Ever so slightly over 10 seconds it took to fill that up. About 10 and a half, almost 11 seconds. So that's belt speed. So, you know, you get 3 of these, 120 per second, 360 per second on 3 belts. Going into a machine, you know, 240 a second, 120 times 2 on your output line, or your feed line, to your machines. And then in order to get close to this, you know, boxes and inserters. These are all just I've actually got too many on these. I got 2 slots open. This was an early build. So it'll even transfer through boxes that are 0 slots open. So these parts still go through this box because it's going from inserter up to and diagonally across to this inserter. So literally from here to here, it's getting transferred invisibly. So yeah, I've been playing this game a little while. I'm right near 5,000 hours, and I've been looking at, you know, all of the mechanics of the game. I love Youth Cat Studios. Those guys are super awesome, dedicated developers and graphic artists, and they put in the long 9. They put in hard hours in this game, and it was evident when it was released. It was so thoroughly playable when it was released, you know. And they've done, yeah, there you go, Zombie, up to 3,000. That's awesome. It's an incredible game, and I honestly, Youth Cat Studios sets the bar for all other game developers. They could be doing a whole lot more. Look at here, I got a missing box. They set the bar, and honestly, all other development teams could really take a lesson from them because they're just a fantastic dev team. Fantastic. But I use everything in the game. I mean, everything except for the plane smelters. I use everything in the game. I try everything in multiple different ways, figuring out, you know, some really effective setups and whatnot. And as you can see, I've got, this is, again, not storage, it's just transport speed. So normally when you get a factory line that turns on, all of these come on at the same time, and bam, your belt's empty. It's like, what the hell? Now the machine has to wait for that product to come down the belt for the machine to reach it. With box line inserts, inputs, you don't have to wait. That's even going to be a limitation on the belt feed, even with a stack count of 4, because you can line up so many machines that it will suck the belt dry. So even getting 120 per second going down here, you can suck the belt dry if you have enough smelters or plane smelters or whatever. But with the box method, you don't ever have to worry about the input line being sucked dry. No vacuum. No vacuum. So you can literally, you can feed 4 belts into a single splitter, and they will push up through the boxes and right down the line at speed. So I've got another port here. I can put a third one in to get 360 a second. I've got an empty port here. I could put the 4th one in and get, you know, 480 going down the line, 480 a second going down the line. Of course, I would have to stack up the boxes because you're talking about transport speed in order to get the inserter speed to pass them down that line. Yeah, you wouldn't have any machine suffering at all. None at all. Unless you wrapped the planet, I'm sure. Yep, and speaking of which, thanks for that little bit of a reminder too, Zombie. I know that was inadvertent and indirectly, but the whole point of coming over to the mining planets was to fix our iron and copper supply. So let's head back on over. I do have to start up another, well, while we're waiting to get there, let me pull up Yes, Kimberlite. So Kimberlite into Diamond was a big thing. Let's get our next. Where are we at a vessel speed? Vessel warp speed, 0.83. Darn, we were at 0.80. I was hoping that was going to be at least another 5 to get us up to 0.85 or maybe 0.9. We'll go ahead and do another one. So, oh, and apparently I have to fix something because I used to be up to 500. There it goes. No, I used to be up to 500,000 hashes. I guess I'm in the middle of fixing something over there, so we'll have to take a look at science. But I just want to make sure the factory is functioning now without any undersupplied inputs. I like that Icarus only, flies a light year per second, but I want my vessels to be up there at the same speed. That's a good distance. We'll give the planet a chance to solidify. Let's see if it's solidified. I am. Yes, it did. Okay. Watch out for the tower, Icarus. Bulk your head a bit there. Alright, let's see how we're going on our supplies. So we'll start, just go left to right. Shouldn't have any empty slots. Hang on. Green chip's still kind of looking... Graviton lens are back up. No issue with copper and iron now. Okay, so that's all good on this planet. And proliferation should be at optimum. And so I utilize botline as well. Yeah, that, you know what, that comes with time, gameplay. Developing a system for yourself that works. So, yeah. Starting over and over again might be a pretty significant hindrance because you start with such slow speeds and there's no... Everybody starts with spaghetti on the home world for the first time, the second time, the third time. There's no way to get away from spaghetti as far as that goes, because even with a good chunk of blueprints to use, you still have to upgrade to that technology to use blueprints, and it's by steps, so you only get so many entities per per blueprint. So yeah, I think Terex had a question about red cubes. Terex, did you ask that and I just hang on and I just ignored it? I hope not. Terex, if you have a question about red cubes, don't hesitate to ask. You can ask me anything. But just for going to new planets. Like say, just, you know, it depends on how you're set up in your star cluster. So in my cluster of 64 star systems, the way I set up is, here's my home world up here, which I rarely go to. It does a few things. It was my starter world. It's spaghettified, or mostly spaghettified. The only thing that I maintain on the home world is oil production. And the way I'm set up is I have, let me see if I can get this panned out correctly. There we go. So I have all mining operations close by and a mirror image of it, mining operations on Epsilon. So the factory system is kind of split between two worlds that are great for resources, which we were just on this one, all mining. And then I have a supplemental with some rares and other items over on Theta Equili. Then I have sciences all over in one star system. Everything else supplements the factory, the sub-factory. So mining operations send everything over to the factory system or the subsystem. Factory system sends things over to the science, the Dyson Alpha, the Dyson Gamma, so rocket production. Actually, there is rocket production on Dyson Alpha. I haven't set up any rocket production on Dyson Gamma, but I also don't have to do that either. I can just utilize my factory planets or Theta Equili to set up a complete rocket factory that I have on Dyson Alpha, and then send it over to Dyson Gamma. So it's got its resources all close by and ships the rockets over. And that's my basic setup right now, other than the rares. So I've gone out to the neutron star and the black hole, and I've collected up unipolar magnets. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So I'm in this factory system here. This is one factory planet around a gas giant, which of course has fire. It's actually an ice giant with fire ice and hydrogen. But then I also have a mirror image factory system over here. So the reason I do that is it's a fail-safe. If I run into problems on the factory planet over here, and I've got something bottlenecked or clogged up, or you know, I created a vacuum on one of the production lines or something like that, I don't have to worry about everything stopping because of it, because I have a mirror image over here that continues to do operations and feed the research science and feed the rockets if I'm launching rockets. I haven't built on my Dyson in quite a while, so I don't have any rockets launching at the moment. This one out here has a bit of fire ice that I can use for fuel, and it's got titanium ore. So I'm you know, yanking out the titanium ore from this planet, even though it's in the factory system. But yeah, so it's kind of built under a fail-safe approach. And then I do the same thing, you know, on the mining, in the mining systems. So there might be 2 or 3 planets just, you know, packed full of resources. So I don't do, well, anymore. I did do a couple of mining here. So got the iron, the copper, and the silicon, and titanium. Actually started doing a lot more mining here than I should have, because this is just a factory planet. This is not a mining planet. So these smelting operations are kind of going to be in the way shortly, because this is my main production. So everything that gets made here has a tower, or sending it out to rocket production or science, whatever it's needed in. And of course, there are going to be 1 or 2 towers here that bring over the iron and the copper and the silicon and the titanium. Generally, this factory system is big enough. I'm going to need more than this because I could at times, and I did, have more than 20,000 in transit. So. Not per se. So I could stretch these factories out to wrap the planet, but there are many instances where that's not feasible because of the speed of the machines. The faster machines will overload the output, and there's no sense in making them longer than that if I don't have enough ports on the tower to accept everything it's producing. But I have done things like this where I'll repeat them so that I have increased production on those. Done that with my Casimir. This setup for Casimir seems to work the best, which is a nice tall stack of hydrogen that can feed all of the machines. And as you can see, we're plenty stocked up on it, and then belt in the other 2. And there's a reason behind that too, and that's because of stack count. So hydrogen stack count, any gas or liquid, is only a stack count of 20. So that becomes a problem even on belts that are moving at 120 per second. That's a huge problem because machines can starve, can't get the product. Yeah, I do have some blueprints, and I have been slowly getting around to uploading those to our Discord. So if you pop into our Discord, we've got a channel for blueprints on different games. One is for Dyson Sphere, blueprints for Creativerse, blueprints for Satisfactory, Captain of Industry, stuff like that. So yeah, so you'll see it in the blueprints category down below, voice channels and screenshots. And of course, everybody can share their blueprints in there as well. And you know how blueprints are. You know, people see things that can be changed, they change them up, they upload the updated ones, and you're good to go. Now here's a bot line. This also helps eliminate some speed, or lack of speed issues. So I'm using bot line. I have a distributor bot feeding 4 machines each. So Strange Matter feeds the graviton lens assemblers, 4 each. And then I bring the second product down on a belt at 120 per second. So this particular line can be as long as the belt line will allow it. The bots won't suffer ever, depending on how long, based on how long the factory is. This factory could wrap the planet if the belts could support it. If 120 per second could support wrapping a planet, I could. But Grav Lens is on the list, so it's not an issue right now, but it was an issue. So we're going to have to take a look at that. But like I say, there are many instances where wrapping a planet just won't be feasible, but you could run, if you look at the factory as a module. So if you got the maximum number of machines that can supply the output into the port without oversaturating it, that's the maximum size you want to go with. That's the module size, and you just repeat those. But I have all kinds of funky stuff. This 3-item recipe right here seems to work pretty well. So we're making titanium alloys, steel, titanium, sulfuric. All three come into the machine down at the bottom. One output. Good to go. But titanium, this works because titanium alloy is not a huge demand. You know, you've only got machines that titanium alloy goes into, other than dute rods, and I don't use dute rods as a fuel. And there might actually be some other recipes that titanium goes into, titanium alloy, but it's not a huge demand. So a 3-item recipe on a single, you know, box line going in is very well supported. That's actually a big line, and that's because there's no huge demand on ingredients coming into the smelters. So as far as that goes, there's 4 titanium, 4 steel, and 8 sulfuric acid. Particle colliders. Okay, yeah, there we go. And frame material. So there are a couple, yep, that I can definitely utilize. And the processors here, as you can see, processors get microchip components or micro components, green circuit boards, and processors go on out just like that. And I've got some distributor bots that are distributing green chips. So nobody's really waiting on the line here, except for this one. Oh, that's just product stacking. Every once in a while there's some that are product stacking, waiting for the line to clear. Which I actually could help this out a little bit. So we shouldn't have machines waiting because that's kind of a waste. The problem is here, I have not optimized. So it's fluctuating between 1,000 and 1,800 a minute. It shouldn't do that. Shouldn't be waiting to clear the belts. So that's 30 a second right there. That's 60 a second between the two belts. That's really not fast enough because we're making them faster than... And I've only got 2 ports also. I should be using this 3rd port right here. I actually have room to do that. No, can I not squeak that in there? Oh, I can't fit it between the PLS and the... That's why that wouldn't fit in there. Could fit it there, but then it wouldn't go into the PLS. What if... It did have to be way out here. See, I didn't leave enough space between the beginning of the input line and the PLS, so it can't even fit a spray coater in there. Yeah, Chris, so as far as raw materials go, if it's coming out of the ground, copper ore, iron ore, silicon ore, titanium ore, smelt it on site. I can't see a reason to pull the ore out of the ground, send it somewhere, utilizing drones and vessels to get it there, when I can put the miner down, get 1080 per second ore coming out of the machine into a factory smelting line, and then just send the ingots where they need to go. I don't think I will ever, because, you know, even though vessels can carry 2,000 and can warp at 0.83 light years per second, not quite a light year a second, that's still not the throughput of 1080 per second. So if I send the ore to another planet to get smelted, what a waste of resources and time. Throughput, you know? I smelt it on site, which is why I have mining planets. I mine it, I smelt it, and I send the ingots off to where they need to be used. And you get far better efficiency sending the ingots to where they need to be used than to send the ore to make the ingots and then send the ingots to where they need to be used. I eliminate one whole process and gain phenomenal speed and throughput by smelting on site. I'm gonna go off cam for just a minute or two here. But that's personal preference. Everybody has their preferences. Some people might want to just go mine the ore and send it all to a smelting planet. And then take all that smelt and send it out to different factories. I mean, it's a playstyle preference thing. So, you spent the money on the game to entertain yourself. You entertain yourself any way you like to, I say. And that's why I kind of defer from, I kind of diverge from convention, because a lot of people approach this game from the factorial point of view. I like to use everything and anything that I can get my hands on to see what I can do with it. So, yeah, I really need to have more than 60 a second coming out of these, because that would help a lot better, but I'm also getting sidetracked. So let's do this. And what a great idea. What a great idea the notepad is. Holy moly. Brain explosion moment.
Who driving this bus?
I love that. And you know what? There are, you know, if you're using the standard 64 star clusters in your seed, you know, averaging 2 or 3 planets per star system, that's a lot of planets to work with to do both. You know, work as many ideas as you want to. There's plenty of space out in space. Well, the way I handle the bottleneck of fire ice is I don't use fire ice. Plain and simple. I think I have one recipe as a matter of fact, I don't think I have even one recipe that uses fire ice. So I don't have that problem. There's one right there. So I don't use the advanced recipe. I make graphene from graphite and sulfuric acid. The reason I do that is, as you can see on the advanced recipe, there's a byproduct, hydrogen. I don't like byproducts. No, there's plenty of planets with coal on them. I mean, if you think about average of 3 planets per star system in a 64 star system cluster, you know, that's 192 possible places for coal. Possible. So, I don't like byproducts. So, I don't use the recipe that produces hydrogen as a byproduct. So I don't use fire ice. The only time I use fire ice as a local fuel source. I will burn fire ice in generators as fuel on any planet that offers it. And I really don't have a lot of bottlenecks because I just make sure I'm overproducing my raw, and then from that overproducing my initial materials, so that my advanced materials and science have plenty to work with. Now, right now I've got not a bottleneck, I've got a vacuum somewhere in the science, because my science should be at 500,000 hashes per second, and we've already dropped to 130. It even started at 260, which means I've got a line that's off for some reason, which could be due to power, could be due to proliferation, a proliferation problem, or both, combination of those two. So I'll have to take a look on the science planet. Actually, everything looks like it's working well here right now. We don't have the copper and iron problem that we were experiencing yesterday or the day before. We've only got around 4. Oh, we could use for a little more power. We'll just go full power on that. So there you go. We've got between 6,000 and 10,000 in transit. We just want to make sure we don't get too close to 20,000 in transit. If we do, then I don't have enough sources smelting to provide the ingots. And it's just a matter of, and see, that affects everything downline. So if you don't have your raw, that's the very first start of all the problems. If you don't have enough raw, overproducing raw, everything else suffers. So so this planet is fine. Let's take a peek at its sister, because we want to make sure its sister is doing fine as well. And then we'll head on over to the science real quick and see what the chaos is over on science. I should be hashing far more. I should be hashing 500,000 a second. And it might be something as simple as, because I had that issue with copper and iron, could be something as simple as the processors or the green chip circuit boards, which when I consider, when you're set up like this, it's a whole lot easier to fix problems, because it's always going to come back to the smelting. All right, so let's see what we got here. Got plenty of graviton lens and strange matter. Green motors, brown motors, magnetic rings, and processors, or these are circuit boards. So now we don't have a problem with the copper and the iron that we had before. So that's cleared up. And processors here. Again, this is a port issue. I could be processing a whole lot more. That's not even 60 a second down there, because there's gaps in the belt. Because I only have 27 per second coming off the line, and I could have a whole lot more than that. So it's all about the speed of porting out the product. And plain filters look good, yes. And the Q-chips look good, yes. There's plenty of processors here. It's just they're being made for other products. Or they're catching up from being used really quickly. But it's still a problem that needs to be addressed. And same with green. It's not a huge problem. But easily fixed. So let's take a quick look at our supplies here. And see, processes are chock full, so they're not going out to the factories. Yeah, so you don't have to use ILS unless you need extra slots. Most recipes are going to allow you, most recipes are going to be 2 to 3 ingredients with an output product. So PLS is basically all you need for that. Only special recipes that have 4 ingredients where you need all 4 slots, but then you don't have an output, you could still use a PLS, but then you'd put a PLS at the end of the line for the output. Or use an ILS and bring the output right back to the ILS. Yeah, polar hubs. Polar hubs are not great real estate for anything other than power. Because the grid. It's all about the grid. Some people have managed to get factories into the polar regions, but that's a huge challenge. And, kudos to them for being able to do it. But by basic design, the grid structure on the polar regions are not optimal for factories. So why not use them for power and for transport? Let's take a look, see if we can find... this is what I was looking at. So we don't have an issue with graviton. Oh, we do have an issue with graviton lens, and that's why it's on the list. On this planet, we got an issue with graviton lens because something's broken on the line. Because we got plenty of diamond and plenty of strange matter, but something is broken. For some reason, the machines are not outputting. Ah, there's the problem right there. That's why there's diamonds sitting in the PLS, because the diamond is not getting out to... Alright, that's a quick, easy fix. Oh, for a mall, yeah. So if you're making one of everything in a mall, Polar Hub's good for that. I've seen and used, I've even made one myself, a Polar Hub. Wrong way. No, that's the right way. I've even seen some great polar hub malls. So a mall, if you're going to produce one of everything there and then you send those out, here's the problem right here. I see it. Ding, ding, ding. Houston, we have a problem. Let's take 400. And magically, this whole production line will turn on. And there they go. All the yellow dots disappear. Diamonds get sent down to where they need to go. And graviton lens start going out to the PLS. But the reason that happened is because at some point I had a problem with diamond, which is why it's on the list, because somewhere back at the smelting is a diamond issue. So that's either going to be kimberlite, which Zombie mentioned earlier, or smelting graphite into diamond. Sorry, we're coming up on an ad break here real quick. So we got about 10 seconds and it's going to start. And then we'll be back right after the ad break. I really don't track much of anything, Chris. But if I were tracking anything, it would be outputs. Outputs starting from raw. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, that should take care of the ads for another hour. And as we can see, Graviton production is back in business. Okay. That's fairly small Graviton lens production. What are we using those in? Warpers? Really? Green jello. Right. So, yeah, that's our next stop, is to take a look at our science planet. So, and there you go, zombie. Yep, the titanium alloy is used in making plane or frame material. There we go. Mr. Gamer Tech, welcome back. I do use ray receivers on the Graviton lens. Graviton lens on the ray receivers for the photon generation. Well, for both power and photon generation. They're pretty well overstocked right now. What part is impressive, Mr. Gamertech? I don't see any other issues other than just getting the processors to output a little bit faster on the production line. It's not jammed up here, it's jammed up on the other planet. We'll definitely have to make some improvements on the output side. Just 2 belts is not enough. So, well, thanks for that, gamer. Here's a 3-item recipe making particle containers. It works. Keeps the PLS full. It's not really huge. It can be though, and and there's 2 small ones, so I've got belt line for one setup, box line for the other setup. This particular one's using the unipolar magnets. The only problem with this is there's only 2 sources in the entire star system, and that is the black hole and the neutron star. So because there's only 2 sources for that, it turns into an unreliable source, especially if you expand this, and that's why the fallback to the normal recipe for particle containers. So, all right, let's take a look at let's take a look at our science. So everything seems to be, one quick pass through here, just to make sure we don't have anything else like the diamond issue stopping anything from happening, and this is usually one of them. So that one seems to be doing well. And sometimes this is an issue, but it's not right now. And no issue there. Quantum chips, no issue there. And plane filters. Okay, we're all good. All right, let's head over to science and see what's happening on science, because something is happening on science. Science. She blinded me with science. So I see one planet getting activity. and not a lot of it. So something is not happening here that should be happening here. So let's investigate. And we are only 5.4 seconds away from the science system. And all of my setups do need some optimization. So as we progress and identify little issues here and there, we do need to optimize those as we spot them, or at least put them on the list to spot them. Invisible planet has not solidified yet. I'll almost guarantee I'm going to fly right through it. Ba-ding! Wait for it to solidify. Solid ground? No. Can we have solid ground this time? Yes. Woohoo! And right in the right spot. How about that? Alright, well, there is white going down the line, but not where it should be. Why isn't that splitting off? That should be splitting off. Alright, so the issue is 120 per second coming out. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210. I've got 210 coming in. It should be splitting off to the second port and then the third port. That's why we're not getting our 500,000. This has to be changed. This has to be changed. Way more than that. 90, 180, and 60. I've got 240 per second going in. And 120 second coming out. Something is broken over here. Is it possible it's the belts? It looks like it's the belts. I think that's what it is. It was the belts. Is there one more hiding in there? Let's find out. Nope, ports, it's not blocked. So we can use it. Oh, I see what's going on. Alright, let's fix this up. There we go. We identified a problem, had a broken belt in the port. Now we're getting some action. And that's why we didn't start at 500,000 hashes per second. Now we should be happily climbing might take a little while for that to oh yeah, right, so now we're starting to evacuate. Okay, Yeah, it might take a little while for that to get up to 500,000 again. Oh, Chris, yeah, you'll probably run into that frequently. You know, when you're flying at 1 light year per second, you get your research up higher and higher. You'll arrive in a star system and the planets don't have a chance to solidify, render as a solid object, and you fly right through them. Poof. When you're slow, not a problem. Plenty of time for them to render. Okay, now we're doing some business. Now let's just check our supplies real quick. Both of those, plenty to make green. Both of those, plenty to make purple. Yellow's not producing very fast. We might have a broken belt on yellow. Oh yeah, I don't have any mods installed. I don't do the autopilot. All of my flying is manual skill building, aiming, and shooting. Alright, what's going on with our yellow? Nothing broken. All the labs are on. Any clogged output? No. Belts have small gaps in them, so all of them are on. So the issue is, as fast as they're going in, they're going out. Alright, let's check our yellow on the science lines. Saturated there. Saturated there. Saturated there. Saturated. And saturated. Red is not saturated. Oh, just that one line. So yellow is fine, even though the PLS... So it's just a matter of the fact that we're not building extra. We're actually using all of the yellow in an equally balanced manner. However, red is keeping a lot of those labs from lighting up. And just so happens, Terex88 had a question about red. And the problem here is we're not producing them fast enough, so we don't have enough labs for red. Or the belts are clogged. And they're not clogged, they're got small gaps and all the labs are on. Yeah, so this is just inadequate production. And those output lines are almost full. So this is one of these situations where you can have too many machines producing and saturate the belts where there's no output. Like this one's got not enough chance to output. It only outputs once in a while. That's not enough for blue. But blue is the least in demand, so that one's not a huge issue, but I don't like machines sitting not doing anything, not being able to output. It's quite full up. So we won't worry about that one. Red needs to be expanded. And that will probably saturate the output. So I have a choice here. I can either expand a few more and risk some of these machines not being able to output, Or we can take this as the maximum and build another module. I think it would probably be more prudent to build another module. Before we do that, let's check all of the factors. And one of the factors would be distribution. And it's distributing. He's not distributing. He's not distributing. He's not distributing. He's distributing. 2 out of 5 are distributing. Why is that? What's in the box? Nothing is in the box. That's why they're not distributing. Okay, so this is a case of another module. Right. Now, best way to do this what's going on here? Graphite? No, I got graphite coming in on drones. Oh, that was because of the move. And I believe this hydrogen was because of the move as well, yes. Yep. Huh. A little bit of funk going on there. Alright, so let's take this. No, that'll look ugly. Alright, there's our meridian right there. And just to be consistent, that should go right there, but that's going to be too close. Let's just make it right there. This needs to be changed because that's too loopy. Clockwise. No, that's counterclockwise. There we go. And that is... where is that? Yep, that is bottom on the right. We'll use that one, and not all the way up. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Sorry guys, we're gonna cut your apron strings right there. And we're going to put that right there. Yep, that'll be fine. Oh, all right, you got to come down one. Yeah, we can bring it down one. We actually don't have to do that because we actually got plenty of room to otherwise be flat. Yeah. No, we don't. I thought we did. There. Now we don't need any of this over here. Okay. Now. Oh, that's already full up. Darn it. Alright, that's okay. It's pretty good. It's gapped pretty good. It's gapped pretty good. Oh, let's see. What do we want to do? Autosave. Thank you very much. I really want to move it over. But I'm going to end up losing 20,000 of each. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I would like to. Doggone it. Doggone it. Oh, we got some serious piano music going on, hey? It's quite the contrast to the music we're normally listening to. We want to bring that out on the high side. Yes. No, we'll bring it out on the low side. So one will be hydrogen. One will be graphite. And yeah, that way we can stay consistent. Jump, Icarus, jump. Hydrogen on the high, graphite on the low. Yeah, and then we can just grab a quick... That's all we need. Oh, well, we brought our own blue in. Brought our own blue fluid in. Might as well grab some birds. Plop them in. Okay. Oh, well, yep. Understandable. Understandable. Let's get, that's wrong. There we go. What in the world? Dude, that is not what I clicked. That's what I clicked. Sheesh. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want. Oh, that is going to be right on. Doggone it. Why didn't I see that before? That's going to suck. Huh. I don't need to. I don't need to. The only reason I had to is because of the length of that. Alright, stop panicking, Rocket. Just freaking out there for a minute. should be right. Yeah, we put the gap in between for power poles. Ooh. Well, if anything, let's stay consistent, Rocket. There we go. Now. Now that should work. Not quite. Everything but the bottom one. Why is that? One there, one there. 1, 1, 1, 1. That looks like everything to me. Why isn't that... Okay. Cheers, zombie. Have a good night, buddy. All right, we're out of laps. Thanks for coming by, mate. Have a good rest, and we'll look for you next time. Let's grab a few more from here. Make sure we put our drones in. We did. It's getting red. Yeah. All right. Now we need to output those two. How can we sneak those in? I know how we can sneak those in. Yeah. Sorry, wrong key. Yeah. Now we should see a lot more bot activity. Yeah. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. All 10 have gone out. That's what we want. All 10 of those have gone out. Should start seeing... Oh, as soon as it fills up. Yep, now that should start filling up one of these other boxes. Oh, it's going to fill up this one first. That's too much. That's too much. Let's get that down to 5. All right, that should get some activity going. Yep. Yep. That one will be a minute or two. Excellent. That was getting nothing. Now it's broken. Can't be broken. Ah, it's going in and out just that fast. Yeah, that's why. Now it's got bot movement. Okay. That's a lot better. And we'll just double check all the machines are on. They are indeed. We haven't saturated yet. Got plenty of juice. Alright, in this instance, I think it would be quite okay, since there is a gap. I think it would be okay. To plop down another one. And wait to see if we saturate that output. That was probably going to be too much. We'll wait and see. Yeah, that was going to be pretty close. But there are gaps. I reckon we can get away with one more. We'll give it a try. We'll give it a try. Just to see if the belt saturates. We might take a look at power too. Yeah, that's going to affect proliferation. Okay, these guys are off. And that means artificial star is probably kicking in. Yep. Actually, these guys should be kicking on. No, I got none. It's odd. No one's going out to get any. He's got none also, and nobody's gone out to get any. What the what? Seriously, nobody's gone out to get any batteries. Or nobody's delivering any batteries. I mean, I could have probably linked those. This seems a lot safer. That's better. White is barely getting down the row. Barely getting down the third row. Wow. Well, all right. 250,000 hashes per second. Could be better. I mean, when it starts up, when there's plenty in supply, it's 500,000 hashes, just over 500,000 hashes. So steadily supplies 2 belts worth, so steadily we get 250,000, and that's because of bot belt input speeds. So it won't matter how we lay these out to force it to use more ports. We're still only going to get 250,000 because that's all we're providing. And that's between 3, 6, that's between 8 distributors. So if we had 16 distributors, we could increase that, and we will, because we've got a whole nother side of white to do. Could do that. Let's take a look at. Got plenty of antimatter. Hydrogen We might need to set up another supply. Hydrogen and processors. Processors are still not coming over. Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at processors. Improve the output of the processors. Plenty of hydrogen on tap. It's just having designated enough sources for them to come in on. I don't know why that one's not stocking up. Might put another we're not using the ILS for transport. Might put in another slot for processors just to see what happens. There's got to be more than 3,000 available to go pick up. I think it's because of who's busy and who's not, but those last two should be going out to get processors if there's processors available. I'm almost certain they are. Yeah. I mean, we're pretty much overproducing them right now. Can't understand why they're not going to get them though. So I think that's what we'll do is we'll put down another ILS because, you know, priority system really pretty much sucks. So let's try and remedy that. All right, which direction are those flowing? Dokie. Excuse me, I didn't mean to yawn like that. Oops. Alright, let's put some vessels in. Let's put some drones in. 15 should be plenty. 100%, 50% on vessels, 100% on drones. Let that charge up a little bit. Got plenty of power. Let it charge up a little faster. And we're going to call for processors to see what happens. See how many vessels take off. None. And none coming to get them. So that's all about delivery. That means the delivery station that it's coming from is out of vessels. Why wouldn't the vessels from here go get them? That's my big thing. Okay. Let's go get them. There's some serious industrial drumming. Alright, let's take a look at processors here. Make sure we got plenty of choices for vessels. Well, they don't have anything going on here. But these, the ILS up here, I'm almost certain is slam full. No, it's not. Alright, so that's one thing that needs to be fixed. So let's take a look on the other one. We just happen to be in close proximity, which is great. Ricochet. Alright, let's take a look at processors here. Yeah, and they're kind of sucking here too. Okay. Alright, we got ads coming up in about 10 seconds or less. So we shall return after the ads. And hope everybody gets a hydrate and a stretch, bio break, and all that good stuff. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I just had to get Peanut all settled in after coming home from school. All right, how are we doing? It didn't look like, yeah, power's fine. Okay. All right, so we need to do a little something with our processors. And it looks like we might need to see green happening a little more in order to get the browns going. Let's take a look at our green. Let's take a look at our microcrystalline. Ah, well, green's not going to do much as long as micro... No, green is just copper and iron. Okay. Not producing enough because the output is insufficient. And we've got 3 on this one, 3 on that one. We're getting 1,800 a minute times 3. That's 5,400 a minute times 2. Yeah. That's still not enough. I don't have enough ports for how fast we're producing green chips. Right. We're producing them so fast. Let's get this up to 24. $5,400 a minute times 3, or times 2. So 54, that's 10.8. Where's my calculator? 10,800 a minute. Just on this line. Divided by 60, that's 180 a second. That's about right. 180 a second into this POS and out just as fast. Well, almost as fast. The drones are definitely having trouble keeping up. Nah, they're doing it. I mean, there's plenty of them. $180 a second, and the line is still backed up. Well, what would this solution be? What would this solution be? Boy, could split it. We got one more port right at the top there. Could split it. And where's the 4th port coming from the front of this one? Of course, that power pole will be right in the way. All right, we could do this. Can't utilize this room. Well, we could utilize that room for a factory. We certainly could. Because these guys are product stacking. These guys are not, there's so much on the output. The belts can't keep up. All right. Got a possible solution here. Got a possible solution. Let's try this. Wow. Can we like move that over a little bit? Hey? Like say right there? Yeah. All right, let's see if we can solution this out. First things first, let's pull the fourth port out to let's see if that's, yep, that's enough clearance to there. We'll do that. We'll do something a little funky here because we're going to pull that other slot. Green chips supply. We'll do 15. Put those in. 36 should be enough. All right, let's finish it off. No? Well, I got that tucked so close in there. I think I screwed myself on that one. I can't grab the edge of that port because of... Oh, hang on, maybe I can. Maybe I did okay. Yes? Yes, okay. We did okay. Now this one, we don't have a straight shot through there anywhere. That's not going to happen. So we'll bring it out. Just pull it down to there. And we'll bring it back down to the ground. And we'll feed it in there. Wish I could detach from Icarus. No, that's not going to let me? Oh, come on. Really? No. Wow. All right, we'll get a few unproliferated ones. Okay, let's see how that goes. That should open up the output lines quite a bit better, and I do see some gaps happening. That's good. Okay, good. They're no longer backed up. That's the important thing. It's a shame I had to do that, because that just looks... Wow. Pasta City. That's Pasta City with a side order of garlic bread. That's almost worse than Pasta City. That's more like...
Yo, dude, did you bring the... no, I thought you said to bring the... Did you at least bring the... no. But I brought the... Okay. Well, at least it's not the... That's true.
And that is working. It's working the way it's supposed to. That should help us a little bit on the green side of things. All right, green was the final product going out. Let's see what it looks like. We might have to do something similar to that on the other planet in order to get... Where's our green? There it is. Oh, we got 2,000 now. Or 20,000. So that should be better. But I believe green was going into processors. Yeah, much better. Much better. Now, we could unclog these. No, it's not that. The processors on these is a matter of... Hang on, are there any yellow dots? No, there are no yellow dots. This bad boy is pumping them out. I wonder, oh, I bet I know what the deal is. I bet I know what that deal is. I bet those are blue dots on the machine instead of orange dots. Nope, they're orange. At least they either all are or the vast majority of them should be. Random sampling. They are all orange dots. That's what we want. Double the production speed. You would think, what is 60 a minute? That's 1 per second. What do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. There's 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. That's 40. We got 44. Hey, Free Toy, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream, mate. Yeah, so we're just trying to figure out a little bit of, because I don't do a whole lot of math, but I'm just trying to figure out why 44 machines, that's 44 per second. That's why we're not getting 60 a second on the belts. So 1 per second per machine, 88. So 44 and 88. That's why we're not getting a full belt. We just don't have enough processors. How are things with you, buddy? Yeah, I'm trying to keep drone and bot speeds up to par. So where are we at here? So drone flight speed is 130 meters per second. The bots are 43 meters per second. Could be better. They're kind of slow. But yeah, I'd like them to be a little bit more. So that's why we're doing this research. That'll increase it a little bit more. Because drone flight speed is about throughput. Getting that throughput. However, the dilemma I'm faced with right now. Oh, excellent. Is it your first save, or first game, first save, or is that a new save? So there are no yellow dots on the machine, so they're all getting plenty of product and all producing. Oh, except for a couple here. They're waiting on green now. Oh, yes. So, yeah, usually updates will break a save. Unfortunately. Yeah, when you get new content and all that. Yeah, the thing about is with a brand new save, oh my gosh, after you've gotten so far with the first one and then you start a brand new one over again, it's almost like crawling, you know, because you spend all that time doing the research and getting your Icarus up to speed, and you get your bots up to speed and your drones up to speed, and then you go back and you start a new save. It's like, you know, swimming through mud or concrete. It's a little bit of a task. But, you know, it's good that you just got off the home planet. That'll help to start speed things up a little bit more. Yep, indeed. So, you know, you start collecting up the silicon and the titanium and whatnot, and, you know, contributing to your sciences that start to speed things up. I, on the other hand, need a whole nother module of processors. That's what we need, because this is not enough processors. It's not moving along fast enough. Green is keeping up. Green is keeping up, but it's not going to as soon as we increase the processor production, which is not doing great. The processors are being used in, well, green is fine here. Processors are going to the science planet, and that's the problem. That's the problem. Let's get this up to 120, see if that helps a little bit. We might be having a power issue again. No, we're okay. Still got a gigawatt extra. Ah, yes. Yeah, so blueprints now being a thing, that'll probably help quite a bit. So the research allows you to unlock blueprints a little bit at a time. So what is it, 50 entities or 100 entities or something like that at a time? And now green is slowly declining. It's hovering there on the verge of extinction. So not only are blueprints a thing for you, bots are a thing now for you. These fidgety spinner bots, these guys right here, these are a thing now. Industrial miners are a thing now for you. What else since blueprints came out? Yeah, the industrial miners are, wow. They're very cool. And the distributor bots are very cool. We also have, you also have quantum chemical plants now. Yeah, I like that a whole lot better than the original ones. I mean, cover one whole, you know, ore deposit in one shot. Plane smelters, I don't know if they came in before or after blueprints. Quantum came in after blueprints. Bots came in after blueprints. Not sure where the geothermal power came in at. I think those were pretty early on. Mini fusion power plants might be a new thing to you. Tonight's movie night. Are you wanting to? What's the movie?
Rise of Gru.
What is it?
Rise of Gru.
Oh, but you've seen that.
It's free to go there, but it costs money to buy food.
Oh, right. Can't very well go without a snack, can you?
But it starts at PM, but the movie starts at 6:30.
Wow. All right, we'll talk about that in a little bit, hey? All right.
It's true.
Oh, okay, yeah, mini fusion was there before. Yep. All right, so that's about it, really. Oh, and there's one other thing is stack counts. So this is new after blueprints, having a output cargo stack count coming directly out of PLS and ILS and the industrial miners. You can have a stack of 4 on the belt now. So instead of 30 per second, we're actually up to a maximum of 120 per second on the blue belts. That's a cool new thing. Oh, where are my magnetic coils? Oh no. There they are. We don't have any here. Why is that? Yeah, the sprayers for proliferator, that's pretty new too, so I think those came in after blueprints as well. Right, so stackers, pilers can be useful. But what they do is they stack products up so that they're more than 1 part tall. They can go 2 tall, 3 tall, and 4 tall. I haven't found a great use for these at all, really, or even a practical use for those in very many situations, mostly because once you've unlocked the PLS and your technology is researched high enough, you can get up to 4. These can be set to anything. You can set them to 1, 2, 3, or 4. And as you saw, it changed a little bit going out there. Well, now I've got plenty of strange matter. How come they're not getting down there? No, I don't have plenty of strange matter. Okay, so this is a good scenario for me to see where I'm actually lacking, because the research has been going for a while now, which means these factories have been going for a while now, and I can see where my shortages are. So although they start out fine, the longer they run, the less they have. The less they're producing, but they're not producing fast enough to stay producing. This one's doing fine. And see, there's also the issue with the priority system with the drones and the vessels and the bots. So this line is fairly long and it's all functioning and productive. This one is not getting magnetic rings. There's a demand for them. The drones are sitting here doing nothing. And there's a ton of rings over here that are not getting put over here. And they're right next door to each other. And the drones are not going, they're not moving. Drones are all at home. Drones are all at home. Nobody's going to get magnetic rings, magnetic coils. So these are going down. There should already be drones going over here to get what's here. Hang on. Oh, we're missing... What do we make? No? These are making plasma exciters. Hang on. I'm looking at the wrong place. Where are the magnetic rings or magnetic coils being manufactured at? Right here. Okay. These guys are not making it fast enough because we got yellow dots saying, oh, they can't move. That's what the issue is. They can't move. They're saturated. Output saturated. 30, 60, 90. That's 120 a second going in there. They can't move fast enough. That's what that issue is. I've got some extra ports. All right, let's make this happen. Wow. And chose the wrong style of splitter on that too. Proliferators spray the product with this blue juice so that they're coated, and whenever they have a maximum of 3 arrows, they can have 1 to 3 arrows on them depending on what they're sprayed with. They increase the productivity of the machine. So if each recipe ingredient is fully sprayed, it increases the maximum production rate, or doubles the production rate, or you can switch it to producing an extra product every 5th cycle. So 4 cycles go through, on the 5th cycle, boom, an extra product. So you got a choice. I prefer twice as much faster than 1/4 as much at normal speed. 1/4 extra. So I need to... These guys are just slam full. Thank you, autosave. And when you get into that, if you want to, it can ask me anytime. We can go through the mechanics of that, how that works, and how it's best going to serve you and your purposes. So we are going to need... If I do that, will I be able to slide? Yes. And then we'll take this off the end. And we'll pick it up off the very tip. Come on, you can get that. All right, we'll try that again. Just as long as we know we can get there. Yep, from here. Nope, gotta go one more. Yep, we can do that. Yay! So, even though There we go. Even though I'm off my home world and out of my home system, I'm still experiencing pasta, spaghettified. Yeah. Let's see if that helps. Yep, that should help even more. Alright, let's get a little more help on the other side. And of course, I'm already on the outside loop. Happy days, got to do the same thing over here and get creative. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Oh, but it's not going to have enough room to get over the gap. All right, let's try this. Come on, Icarus, pick a spot, buddy. Eesh. Let's break this right there. Hang on. Hang on. Yes. All right. Now, can we grab that very end spot? Nope, but we can do this. There we go. Now we're moving some rings, coils. That should undot a few that have product stacking. $30, $60, $90, $30, $60. Well, that's not quite $30, $60, so that side's working better. When these start showing up gaps on this side, then I'll know that these boxes are not backing up and the yellow dots should disappear off the machine. This one's still product stacking. Yeah. Should be moving off that belt a lot faster than that. What's not going? This bottom row is not going as fast as it should be. That bottom row over here is barely moving. Part of the problem is going to be the slot output. So that's 0. This needs to be 1. That should get product moving a lot faster. All right, now it's going to take a while until those 3 belts should saturate. Those belts should saturate down there. Now that side's not as saturated anymore, but they should be moving along quite quickly. That's pretty close to 120, 130 a second. Still product stacking though. Why can't you get rid of... You got a broken inserter? Or, well, it started to. It should be a saturated belt. If there's... Okay, there it goes. Took it a minute. These guys are definitely not getting enough. Even at 120 per second. What's our recipe call for? 2 magnets for 1 copper. Plenty of magnets. They're just not coming through fast enough, even at 120 per second. Oh, I'm using both ports on that side. So the only way to do this, because I can't do that, is to do that. And then turn around. Oh, I can't get in from the corner, that's why. There we go. Huh. But now we're contaminating, so I have to do that. Well, not necessarily contaminating. They got proliferation before they got here. Now that will definitely saturate the belts. Now they're coming in wicked fast. And now we've got product going down the line much further. Oh yeah. All the way to the end. Now we definitely got a backup. We got backup on backup on backups. We're just backing up like crazy. Give them some more breathing room on the output. Still got quite a few machines those waiting to unload. All right, let's give them more breathing room. $54 per second isn't enough. Oops. All right, let's see if we can help it out a little bit on this side. Oh, yeah. That famous collide with the substation. Alright, that might help a little bit. Oh, still collides. Wow. Really? Why is that colliding way out there? That didn't collide there. Yeah, it's going to collide with that substation. Alright, Icarus, get unstuck, buddy. How come you always pick the corners to get stuck in? Alright, let's see if that helps. Let's see if that gets us... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, those belts are saturated now. No gaps. 30, 60, 90, 30, 60, 90. A few gaps over there. And the reason for that is probably the box slot count. So we will copy that. This will give us a little bit more of a speed boost. Because we're not using boxes as storage items, we're using them as transport items. Oh, look, here's part of the problem. What the what? Look at the direction of the arrows. Huh? What the heck happened there? These are all going the right way. These are all going the right way. Somehow, these boxes on top got rotated the wrong direction. How crazy is that? And there's even some down here. Okay. Everybody facing left? That is crazy when you copy boxes and they go... change the direction of the inserters. Now some machines are waking up. Now they've got a path. That's what it is. It switched side when I switched sides. Yep. When I switched sides, it reversed. That's really interesting. Well, now the yellow dots are gone. Well, most of them. We're still hitting our cap of 90 per second on each side, 30 and 30, and 30 and 30. Wow. So 180 per second going in. Right. I can't help that much more. As fast as I can get those belts going. The only way to completely remedy that is to use the fourth port on the splitter and come into the back of the PLS, and the same with this one, into the back of the PLS. Only got a few yellow dots on the machine. We've definitely exceeded belt capacities because this line is too long. There's too much going on here. Oh. Okay, coming up on ads in about 15 seconds. So we'll do our ad break, bio break, stretch, hydrate, caffeinate, disintegrate, whatever you like to do. And then we'll be back. As soon as Jeeves announces it in chat, we'll go be right back. And here it comes. Okay, everybody should be done with the proverbial ad break that we have once an hour. Excuse me, and then of course our subscribers in Twitch Turbo and Amazon Prime folks hopefully got your bio break done in a bit of a stretch. Stretching is good. So what we need, because there's too many yellow dots, which means there's just not enough room to output fast enough, even though we've got 54 per second set up on the inserters, they're still backing up. We got 30 per second per belt. That's 90 per second per side. It's just not enough. Belts are just literally saturated because the machines are producing too much too fast. Which tells me that this line actually needs to be quite a bit shorter, and I need to have 2 modules of this. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23. So we've got 46 machines easily producing 180 per second. Oh, well, that'd be why. They're producing 180 a minute, which is 3 per second. Three per second times 23, you know, is 72. They should all have plenty of room to evacuate onto the belt. Let me get my calculator. I hate going to the calculator. I hate doing the math. All right. 180 a minute times 23 machines. It's 4140 divided by 60. That's 70 a second. That's plenty of room. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why. 9, that's 27, that's 54. 54 and 27, 70, that's 81. That's still plenty. Some of these inserters are not very active. These 2 right here are not doing anything. There they go. Wow, what is the holdup? Whoa, what did I just see there? These are definitely 1800 a minute belts. 100% guaranteed. And I'll just stick a traffic monitor on there to confirm it. And that'll dot at 1800 a minute. Thank you. Times 3. That is definitely 90 a second between the three of them. That's 90 a second, but the machines are producing 81. So 23 machines at 3 per second. Something's not right because all of these guys are on. These two in the middle are the slowest, and all of these are on. That's just weird looking. But they're waiting. There's so much product in the line, they're just waiting. They're still running at 90 per second. Trying to unload the backlog. So 90 on this side, 90 on that side, that's 180 per second. That should clear up all on its own shortly. Because there's plenty of room to pile it in. Alright, so if we want 30 per second, 60 per second, if we want 2 belts feeding the PLS at 60 per second, and 2 on the other side, for a total of 120 per second. So let's do it backwards. $60 per second times 60 equals 3,600 a minute. That's right, 2 belts of 1,800. Divided by 3. $1,200 per minute. No, that's not right. I'm not thinking about that right. Hang on. 180 a minute. Times 10 machines is 1,800 a minute. So 10 machines is 1 belt. 20 machines is 2 belts. So 20 machines is only 2 belts full. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So I got 3 machines too many over here. And 3 too many machines over here. So that's 1,800. That's 3,600. So that should be 2 belts at 1,800. So So this line should empty out. So so all we need is 60 per second. So 9, 18, 27, 27, 54, 81. That should be plenty. Thank you, autosave. These should be emptying out. Yep. So we don't need more than 27 a second out of one machine, because one machine is only 1 per second. Or, I'm sorry, 3 per second. So that'll be 3, 12, I'm sorry, 3, 6, 9, yep, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, and then 27. So we actually don't need 1, 2, 3, 4, just like that. That should be all we need for both sides. And of course another collide. We really don't need these satellite stations when we can just put poles down. Except that one should probably have been... That one should probably have been moved over a little bit. Well, that's how much was overloaded in the line. Still got periodic stacking of product. Well, all right, let's see. We did the boost of the iron. I don't know how I collected up stone. Diamond is still coming in there, so we will have to check that diamond production. And titanium crystal production. Yep. Nanocoils and green chips are doing fine. Calling in nanotubes for some reason. Thought we were making nanotubes locally. Pretty sure we were making nanotubes right here. So this is a local supply up to the tower. Oh, it's, yeah, local supply. No. What? No, this is... Nanotubes are being made right here. That's graphene. That's nanotubes. Where are they going? Broadband and frames. Here's our broadband. Got plenty on demand over here. And our frame material. I didn't think we were making frame material, but there it is. We got plenty here. Why are we demanding nanotubes come to the planet? I don't understand that. This needs to be a remote supply and a local demand. Because we're manufacturing it here. Not there. Right there.
Raiders
Toxic
detected.
pig.
Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Toxic pig. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Thanks very much for the raid. Woohoo. How was your stream, Toxic? Oxygen not
I'm feeling
included.
some MC Escher kind of thing going on here.
In forced perspective, it works great. Then you take one step to the left. It's like, ah, damn it.
That's Space Engineers, though, isn't it?
Right there. See, look at that. Look at
That's great.
that. Great.
Nice. Visible tubage. Stationeers? Ah, righto. Space engineers, stationeers, astroneers. Whatever the nears is. How was your stream today? Oxygen not included. I hope at some point you got oxygen. Okay, so this one has plenty of nanotubes. That one's making the nanotubes. And then the broadband should be getting plenty of nanotube. It is. Alright, that fixes that problem. Babysitting the dupes like little children? You do that frequently, do you? Oh, that's funny. Gee! How are you doing? Thank you for that. I did the shout out, but forgot to do the thank you. I did the thank you verbally, but we got you covered on all bases now. Thanks, G. How'd your, Did you do the Factorio stream? How'd that go today? Lots of things happening, yeah. Busy, busy. Love it when it's busy.
Bye. He's flying.
Bye.
Oh, that's amazing.
That was funny.
That was amazing.
Did you stream Factorio today? So welcome in, Raiders. This is Dyson Sphere program, if you have not seen it before. It is a space-based, universe-based factory builder. Similar to Satisfactory, Factorio, Universe Sim, Tectonica, many others. Many others. Ah, okay. Yep. Yeah, well, you know, first things first. First things first, G. Gotta take care of the business. You know, and when business is booming, you gotta be available. Sometimes that means giving up sleep and giving up toys. or hiring enough people so that you can have plenty of time to play. That's one way to do it. Alright, I reckon we have balanced, or we have literally balanced things out now. We are still pulling out 90 per second on the backlog of magnetic coils, which is fine. There's a whole lot less yellow dotted machines. Only got about 5 or 6 now. Periodically, maybe 7, 8-ish. It is definitely screaming along. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. I've been in a couple of times. Every once in a while I go back to that tab and it says 404. I hit refresh, it says error 404. But then I back up because what it's doing, it's reverting to an inaccurate login, and it's not capturing the login properly. So right now it's at login.php code blah blah blah, and it says HTTP error 400. So if I click refresh, the requested URL was not found on this server. Additionally, a 404 not found error was encountered while trying to use an error document to handle the request. So the refresh doesn't work, but if I go straight to the domain, well, subdomain, credits your streaming tools, then it just shows yeah, I can pop that in real quick. And I'll put that in your DM for you. And it looks like that. No worries. Always glad to help. I don't know. When I hit refresh, it just shows the same thing, so... Yeah, so initially I had what we normally see, the login, my name, my icon, and all that. Only in the last, I don't know, couple hours or so, it stopped doing that. And if I go backwards, I'll just grab a screenshot of this one. I get that, and if I go back one more, no, that's it. It's perpetual on that one now. Yep, so that's all I can screenshot you on that right there. Let me pull it up in Brave. Just pull it up in Brave real quick. And we get same thing in Brave. exact same thing. However, if I don't go directly to the subdomain and just go to your streaming tools, then I do have a login. So I'll pop that in. That's the Brave. So Brave has got a completely clean cache. And if I go back to the domain instead of using the subdomain, I get that. So, yeah, this might take a while to balance out, but let's take a look at our P menu. So we're definitely, processors are definitely making more than we're producing, which is good. Circuit boards, definitely more than, producing more than we're consuming. And magnetic coils, definitely more than we're consuming. It's just a matter of catching up. This is almost virtually balanced. I don't know why those are so balanced. But yeah. Most of this other, all those raws are coming from off-world. And strange matter is pretty much balanced. The microcrystalline is still underperforming slightly, as well as the plane filters. Microcrystalline is just copper and silicon. To a different IP. Well, I can resolve the DNS into an IP. But I generally don't go to an IP address. I usually use the DNS for URLs. Pop me a link to the correct IP address, and I'll pop it in and see what comes up. But Brave doesn't have, Brave is, I've got Brave set up so that it's clean. Cache, nothing is stored in Brave. Everything is dumped when I close it, so that when I start up Brave, there are no cookies, there's no cache, there is nothing. And I do that on purpose for security reasons. So when I go through Brave, it's for the first time. As far as Brave is concerned, it's the very first time visiting that URL or that IP address, and pulls everything fresh off the server. Which is why I got the login screen. Okay, what is crystalline components is going to be copper and silicon, so let's see which one shouldn't be lacking on either one of those. There's plenty in there. Where are we making those pretty little things at? Right here. Yeah, we're just not... They're just not satisfying their demand. So they're not satisfying their demand. We're making them fast and furious, just not. So I guess we have to make more. Wow. We're gonna have to do another factory of microcrystalline components. Oh, hang on. I know why. I know why. This is factory system 3. There we go. Yeah, it's still underproducing, so we still need to make far more factory for the microcrystalline components. By about 1,000 a minute more. Who would have thought? It is the highest demand item as microcrystalline components. All right, well, we can do that. So let's do that. Let's go into copy mode. And we should be able to grab all of that without the satellite substations. Yep. Should be able to do that. And put it right there. I don't know if putting it right there, right next to it, is going to be prudent. And of course, we're going to run into that ore vein. Can I do that? Collide. Alright, if it's just internal, it's not internal belts. Alright, let's tab over to this corner. And try that. Collide with silicon. Yep. Over there we go. I am kind of leery about putting it right at the end of this production line of green motors, but we really never have a problem with green motors or plasma exciters, so brown motors is having a little issue catching up. But anyway, we'll go ahead and put this in here. I don't know if I want to stagger it a little bit. But we'll go ahead and do that. Grab a little beltage too, which is not that one, not that one, not that one. Wouldn't you know it's the last one I go into. Oh, and I reckon some power poles. Those would be handy. Okay, let's see how that helps with our production. Okay. That's much better. That's much, much better. That's the way we like it. Alright. Titanium, processors, diamond. Graviton lens shouldn't be an issue now. That's not it. It's on the other end. Yes? Yeah, we're slacking on graviton lens. And let's see why. Strange Matter's got plenty of ingredients. Machines are all on, just not enough of them. Okay. That's on this planet. Local supply, remote supply. Let's see what we're doing on the other one. Oh, 4? Yeah, there we go. Oh. Really? No graviton lens in... Oh, it's probably this one. Yeah. Microcrystalline is perfectly balanced there. I don't see strange matter or graviton lens. That's interesting. So that should be on System 1. This is such a cool game. Such a cool game. Holy smokes, is it really 5:15? G's home, that's right, it is. Wow. It's about time for me to feed Peanut. Man alive. I'm starting to wonder if I even ever built strange matter, and yeah, there are plenty of strange matter. And where's graviton lens at? Oh, right next door. What? Ah. Diamond again. We just fixed that. Alright, so the big priority is going to be on diamond. Doggone it. Diamond keeps clogging up. I mean, keeps plenty now, but for some reason it's not getting delivered fast enough. So we'll take 400 from there, put it in here, and back in business. But these guys should never be running out because we are doing... It's not a power issue. It's also not very well proliferated, so it's got to be a supply issue coming from Smelting World. So let's see what our diamond issue is here. There's none. That's our issue, smelt. And it's because I had my load on 100% instead of 50%, so it wasn't going to get everything it could. Wow. I don't know why that's an issue. Whenever I have vessel load on 100%, they stop going to get what they need, or they stop delivering what they need. But as soon as I drop it to anything below 100%, they go and get it. I don't know what that bug is. Look at how much diamond. See, I didn't think it would be a smelt issue. I didn't think it would. But there you go. Let's see if I've got diamond on any other requests. And we're going to take all of these off of... I don't know why I have those on 100%, but thank you, autosave. But the ILSs all seem to operate better when the vessels are not on 100%. Okay. Well, at least more was coming in. And then they're still coming in. Okay. Lots better. Lots better. $30 a minute. That's what they should be doing. But that's not with a full speed up. Yeah, that's with a full speed up. 30 a minute. So this we might pick up production on and build another graviton lens. There we go. All right. Well, that'll be good for the next go around, I reckon. I haven't done a save in a while either. Saves are getting pretty big because they're racking out at about 4 to 5 seconds per save now. How much was that save file? Wow. 256 megabyte. That ain't small. That ain't small. Okay. That should pretty much do it for today. We've got our to-do list on the next session. So let's head on over to... Nope, we don't need that. Oh, and apparently we're cam off. All right, so so yeah, we got a big shout out to Toxic Pig for the raid. Thank you very much. Brought in 6 of his viewers from this community. Hope everybody enjoyed a bit of Dyson Sphere program. And Christopher Aurelius threw down a follow for us. Thank you very much. First time in our stream. Thank you for that follow. And Terra X 88, thank you very much for popping in. And really appreciate having you along. And sorry I didn't get to answer your question about the red science, but you can ask again next time. I think you went away from keyboard there for a little bit. And these are the rating tools that we'll use, so you can just highlight the text and the emotes, hit Control-C to copy them, and then Control-V to raid the next guy coming up. So, all right, that is it for today. Weekend is hit and miss. And thanks always to GFA, one of our wonderful moderators, and Firehammer as well, who are down front and center. And here we go over to our raid. See you next time.
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch?